Chapter 610. In the past 7 days, the entire barren state was in chaos. All the major beast clans were so shocked that they sent out 7th grade beasts to investigate, but none of them returned. Either that or they were beaten to a pulp. Unknowingly, there was a rumor circulating in the barren state. There was a young human and 2 azure dragons. Wherever they went, not even a single blade of grass was left. This human and 2 dragons even looted the warehouses of many beast clans and the herb gardens that specialized in cultivating heavenly treasures. In the end, the super first-grade beast clans in the barren state started to send out experts to investigate. Only then did this human and 2 dragons completely disappear. On the other hand, the divine land was in chaos. The Hun family officially announced to the world that they were officially wanted, Lin Chen of the spiritual state. If anyone could capture or kill him, they could bring his head to the Hun family to receive a top-grade high-grade purple combat skill, a top-grade 7th grade weapon, and a top-grade 7th grade elixir. This reward shocked the entire divine land. Each reward was enough to make a 7th grade combat emperor and above want to take action. On the 10th day of the Hun family's incident, in the backyard of the Yang family's residence in the Dan state. Young mistress, leave quickly. Long Ao is coming with his men. In the backyard, a few personal maids hurriedly pulled young Chinga, who was wearing a snow-white robe, and flew out of the backyard. But, if I leave, what will happen to father and the others? Young Chinga was burning with anxiety as she said. This is the master's intention. He said that young mistress already has a sweetheart, so there is no need to let you go and suffer. One of the maids who pulled young Chinga away turned around and said. Young Chinga's heart felt warm. However, it was because her father cared about her that she did not want to make things difficult for him. This Long Ao's ancestor was from the Azure Dragon clan in the barren state. He himself had the Azure Dragon bloodline and was one of the top geniuses in the Dan state. He was only 7,000 years old, but he was already a 3rd grade combat emperor. He was a genius that would be recorded in the history books. By chance, Long Ao fell in love with young Chinga at first sight. His attitude was firm, and he came to propose marriage several times. Today, he even came with 8 dragon palanquins to take young Chinga into his family. Not only was this person extremely talented, but the power behind him was also terrifying. Not only was it an ancient family, but also the dragon clan. Even though the Yang mansion was also an ancient family, they did not dare to offend him. Young Chinga waved her sleeves and instantly released the maidservant's hand. She turned and flew back, causing the maidservant's expressions to change slightly. What's wrong, Miss Chinga? Suddenly, the young man's puzzled voice made young Chinga happy. When she turned her head back, Lin Chen was sitting on Long Kuan's dragon back, floating behind young Chinga. Upon seeing Lin Chen, young Chinga seemed to have found her pillar of support. She started to cry pitifully. Prince Lin Chen, our young manor is in big trouble. Can you help us? Lin Chen's expression changed. The Yang residence was in big trouble. How could he, Yang Zhuanfeng, just stand by and watch? It's fine. No matter how big the trouble is, it won't be a problem. Leave it to me. In the Yang mansion's main hall, the faces of the Yang mansion's upper echelons turned ugly. Cut the crap. Today, he would either let Chinga get on the dragon sedan chair. I, your father, will personally welcome her. Otherwise, I, your father, will tear down your lousy residence. A burly young man waved his hand fiercely. He was wearing a dragon robe and had a saber at his waist. His evil aura was overflowing. His cultivation was actually at the early 3rd level of the Combat Emperor realm. His age was also considered to be extremely young in the Combat Emperor realm. It was Long Ao. Everyone in the Yang residence, the few dragon ancestors behind us also want to see the alchemy level of our future granddaughter-in-law. I hope that everyone can help us, right? At this time, 2 black-robed old men laughed. The chi in their body faintly revealed that they were both at the early 6th level of the Combat Emperor realm. Their tone did not hide their unwillingness to back down. Moreover, they had already made it clear to the dragon ancestors behind them. The experts of the dragon race. Although the patriarch of the Yang family was calm, his expression showed that he was in a dilemma. He, I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene when I just came here. This patriarch of the Young family is also a man who values relationships and righteousness. Just like the ancient families, there were many who married their daughters off for benefits. He actually planned to protect his daughter. The experts of the dragon race are not to be trifled with. Those guys are also a group of lunatics, second only to the Azura clan in the ancient times. Even if the Young residence is a family of alchemists in the Dan region, they still have to think twice. In the corner of the hall, there was a group of people calmly looking at the situation of the Young residents. Among them, there were some 5th-level combat emperors, some 6th-level combat emperors, and there were even a few 7th-level combat emperors. In the corner, there were 2 grey-robed men who were silent. Their chi was even more terrifying. Compared to the 7th-level combat emperors, they were a few levels stronger. However, they did not seem to have the intention to interfere in this matter. Your Excellency Long Ao, other than my daughter, the other girls of the Young residence, the patriarch of the Young family wanted to say something. Long Ao's eyes were like lightning. His chi was like a wild dragon coming out of the sea. One by one, the shadows of the azure dragon disappeared from his eyes. He raised his hand and violently punched out like lightning. The higher-ups of the Young family were aghast. They did not expect this person to be so overbearing and arrogant. He attacked just because of a disagreement. Boom tilde, bang. A shadow of the azure dragon rushed out from the fist. The dragon pierced through the clouds and blasted open the entire hall of the Young residence. It went straight to the 9th floor and blasted out a big hole. F***CK. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Young residents, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This young master will give you one last chance. Are you going to hand her over or not? This daddy has taken a fancy to young Chinga. The number of women who want to lie under this daddy can line up from here to the barren state. This daddy has already brought a dragon palanquin here. Asking for your Young residence's women is already giving you face. Don't be so shameless. Long Ao spat out his saliva in disdain. The elders of the Young residence were angry but did not dare to say anything. The patriarch of the Young residence's expression was getting sharper. No matter how bad they were still an ancient family. This fist almost hit the patriarch of the Young family. What dignity did they have left? Seeing the patriarch of the Young family's expression change, the combat emperor elder who accompanied Long Ao suddenly narrowed his eyes and secretly circulated his battle chi. Just as the patriarch of the Young family was about to get angry, 2 figures rushed into the hall. The youth in the lead waved his hand anxiously. Patriarch Young, I heard that the Young family is in big trouble. What's going on? Do you need my help? Everyone turned to look at him. When Long Ao saw the figure of the beauty, he was first happy, then he was furious. Because he saw that the silver-robed youth was actually holding young Chinga's hand. Someone beat him to it. Damn it, die. Without saying a word, Long Ao's figure rushed forward like a ferocious dragon out of the sea. When he got close to Lin Chen, he punched out. This time, he used his true ability. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and his fist swept through the 4 seas. Unexpectedly, Lin Chen did not even look at him. At the same time that he pushed young Chinga away, he waved his hand and the Dark Calamity battle chi swallowed Long Ao's battle chi. Lin Chen grabbed his fist with one hand like lightning and spun it in the air. Not only did he remove his pure strength, he even flipped his entire body over. Everyone was shocked. Long Ao's punch, even a 4th-level combat emperor would not be able to resolve it so easily. This kid flipped Long Ao over with just a wave of his hand. After flipping Long Ao over with one hand, Lin Chen directly slapped him. Slap. Bang. The slap caused Long Ao to vomit blood and even smashed his head into the ground. Then, Lin Chen calmly stepped on Long Ao's face without looking at him. Poochie. Crack. Crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, and teeth flew out. Hiss. Everyone from the Young family sucked in a breath of cold air. What the F***CK? A lift. A palm. A kick. Like clouds and flowing water. What kind of god was this? He was able to beat the 3rd-level combat Emperor Long Ao until he vomited blood. Stepping on Long Ao under his foot, the good youth who respected the old and loved the young asked anxiously from the bottom of his heart. Where's the trouble? Where's the big trouble? Patriarch Young, say something. You're making me anxious. Where's the Young family's big trouble? The experts in the hall twitched their mouths. Brother, big brother, the big trouble is under your feet. His teeth flew out. Chapter 6:11. Yang Qing'er covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. She knew that Lin Chen was a combat emperor the last time they met, but she never thought that he would be so strong. That was Long Ao, a third-level combat emperor. He was also a physique refinement emperor with the Azure Dragon bloodline. His potential was close to the same level as the descendant of God. Even in their Yang mansion, he would be considered a top master. Aside from Yang Kai's father and some of the grand elders who were extremely old, almost no one could stop him. His real combat strength was close to a fourth-level combat emperor, or at least a third-level late-level combat emperor. Even if Lin Chen was a combat emperor, he was only 21 years old, right? Could it be that he was already a third-level combat emperor at 21 years old? Even the strong warriors who were sitting in the dark couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they saw this scene. This guy was really ruthless. His attacks were clean and neat, without any pause. This kind of combat experience was quite impressive even among the high-level combat emperors. His pure strength is above Long Ao. Suddenly, one of the two grey-clothed men who were sitting in the darkest corner said with a hoarse voice, "Why is everyone so quiet? Don't you trust me?" Lin Chen was even more anxious. He never thought that the person under his feet was the big trouble that the Yang mansion had mentioned. Along the way from the Firmament Tower, Lin Chen had killed countless 4th and 5th level combat emperors. In his eyes, a mere 3rd level combat emperor was just a piece of trash that he could casually kill. How dare you offend the genius of the Long family? Let go of your dog leg. The two 6th level combat emperors of the Long family were furious. The other 6 combat emperors who came with them suddenly stood up. Rip Tilda. A shadow flashed, and the Yang mansion's elder who had been hiding in the dark suddenly appeared. The 6th level late-level combat emperor swept out and stood in front of the two men from the Long family, intimidating everyone. Everyone, don't tell me that you want to disregard your reputation and interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. The elder with white hair and a youthful complexion casually said with a smile. This Yang mansion's grand elder was naturally one of the higher-ups who knew about Lin Chen's summons. Although he could see that Lin Chen's pure strength was above Long Ao's, the 6th level combat emperor was two completely different levels from Long Ao. In order to protect Lin Chen, he didn't hesitate to show himself. Because Lin Chen's potential was worth their gamble. He, an old monster of the Yang mansion, huh? However, it's not up to you to make the decision today. A yellow-robed old man who had been sitting beside a few second-level combat emperors walked out slowly with a walking stick in his hand. He looked weak, but when the walking stick touched the ground, the entire Yang mansion shook. The supreme elder of the Yang residents cried out in shock, 7th-level combat emperor? No one had expected that the Long family would actually send out a 7th-level combat emperor for Long Ao's marriage proposal. Existences of this level were usually experts who rarely appeared in the world. Brat, raise your dirty feet. The yellow-robed old man swept his gaze over Lin Chen and flicked his finger. His finger light was like a ray of light that flashed through the void. Whoosh. The finger light tore apart Lin Chen's figure and turned it into nothingness. It was just an afterimage. 7th-level combat emperor, so you guys are the big trouble of the Yang mansion? Lin Chen flashed to Yang Qing'er's side and laughed casually. This speed made the yellow-robed old man squint his eyes and ask, "Brat, who are you?" "Me. I live next door. My surname is Yang. I'm looking for old Yang for something. I specialize in treating infertility, massage and health care. The fee is only 998. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and ignored this old tortoise. Prince Lin Chen, they are the experts of the Long family, Yang Qing'er whispered in Lin Chen's ears. Her unique voice made Lin Chen's ears numb. She simply told the reason of the matter to Lin Chen. At this time, Long Ao, whose facial features were distorted and badly mutilated, stood up angrily. So it's like this, Miss Chinga. It's not a good thing to have a beautiful voice and a beautiful face. Lin Chen played with the beauty's hair and laughed mockingly. Young Chinga rolled her eyes at him. Damn it, who do you think you are? How dare you whisper sweet nothings to my Chinga? Long Ao scolded. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. He had seen people who felt good about themselves and shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. When did she become your Chinga? Who do I think I am? Which little loudspeaker are you? Lin Chen laughed in disdain. He then reached out and hugged the beauty's soft and slender waist. The moment he hugged young Chinga, he said in a clear voice, I will not change my name when I go down, and when I sit, I will not change my surname. Acting tough is a dragon, people call me Lost Ambition, a big black spear in the waves, the most handsome in the 9 states, Lin Chen of the spirit state. What kind of name is this? When they heard the last 2 words, Lin Chen of the spirit state, all the masters present suddenly changed their expressions. Needless to say, the masters of the Long family couldn't sit still, they suddenly stood up. This guy is Lin Chen of the spirit state? You are Lin Chen? The yellow-robed elder sucked in a cold breath. In the current 9 regions, this name had almost reached the point where there was no one who didn't know about it. Nonsense, who would dare to impersonate me? The most difficult person to impersonate in the world is me. Polish your dog eyes and take a good look. With this handsome face, you can see who can impersonate me. Lin Chen patted his face and laughed shamelessly. Then, his expression changed, and the corner of his mouth curled up, overflowing with arrogance. Young Chinga is my woman. I don't care if you are from the Long family or the Dragon clan, I only have one thing to say, F*CKU. Get lost as far as you can. Lin Chen waved his hand domineeringly, and the beauty in his arms trembled. Young Chinga raised her head and bit her cherry lips. Her beautiful eyes stared at the side of the young man's face with confusion, and her heart palpitated. That he should have said that, I am his woman. Although it wasn't true, and it was very likely that he wanted to divert the Long family's attention to him, but the moment he said it, she actually wavered, die. Before the yellow-robed elder could react, Long Ao suddenly pulled out his saber. The 7th grade saber glowing dragon in his hand was like a blazing sun, hanging high in the sky. Countless dragons roared, and the entire young mansion shook. The saber slashed above Lin Chen's head. The power of this saber was comparable to a 4th-level combat emperor. Clang. Rumble. The crisp and hard sound of metal colliding rang. The ground under Lin Chen's feet cracked inch by inch, and the cracks continued to extend like a giant python. The violent battle chi of the Azure Dragon crushed the space crystal wall and turned into a hurricane that swept through the hall. When this terrifying wind was about to overturn the entire young mansion's hall, 100 jong tall battle chi water screen rose from the surrounding. The violent battle chi and the battle chi that shattered the space surged on the water screen, creating layers of ripples. All the power was absorbed and swallowed by the water screen. When the water screen disappeared, Long Ao, who was at the center of the water screen, held his saber with both hands and slashed at Lin Chen. His saber was still 3 feet away from Lin Chen's face, and it didn't move an inch. Because what blocked his path was Lin Chen's right index finger, which he had casually raised. The tip of his finger was against the saber, and it was flickering with a faint golden light. One finger. He only used one finger to block Long Ao's full power saber. When all the strong warriors looked at it, their hearts trembled fiercely. How King strong was he? That was a saber that was comparable to a 4th-level combat emperor. No matter how weak he was, he shouldn't be so weak. He only used one finger to block it. No one knew who was the one who sucked in cold air and muttered to himself. Just how tough is he? Oh my god. He's so hard. You're so slutty. Chapter 612. To block the attack of a 4th-level combat emperor with one finger, one needed to be at least a 6th-level combat emperor. A 21-year-old youth was comparable to a 6th-level combat emperor. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. His finger bounced back, and the tip of his finger flipped over Long Ao's blade. The violent and overbearing pure strength made his blade fly out of his hand. Long Ao took a few steps back. His expression was frightened, as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Chen was now at the 3rd level combat emperor, and his cultivation had already surpassed Long Ao. Not to mention that he himself was a monster of a higher level and a higher level. His cultivation was at the middle stage of the 3rd level and he had over 100,000 points of intermediate metal energy. This caused his metal calamity battle body to reach an indestructible boundary. But in terms of hardness, when Lin Chen activated his metal calamity battle body, his flesh was as hard as a 7th level low-grade weapon. Not to mention that his pure strength had reached 5,050,000 dragon power point. To put it bluntly, Lin Chen could kill Long Ao with just one finger. Lin Chen held the beautiful woman's slender waist with one hand and waved his fist. The fist wind was like a dragon piercing through the world, smashing fiercely towards Long Ao's chest. The force that could cut off the river caused the space crystal wall to sink into a vacuum zone. Clang! Bang! A pitch-black cane stood between the two of them, blocking Lin Chen's fist wind. The water curtain continued to absorb the impact, preventing the hall from collapsing. The 7th level combat emperor elder of the Long family stood not far away from Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows and fearlessly took a step forward. This step represented Lin Chen's position. This kid is so overbearing. If that punch hits, the young master will have to die here. The yellow-robed elder squinted his eyes. His vigorous and powerful palm slightly bent. The pure gold battle chi was like a giant peng spreading its wings, overflowing with power. A mere 3rd level combat emperor, what are you pretending to be? You can't do it, so you call yourself old? That's fine too. I've never been afraid of a group fight. No matter if you're old or young, I'll take care of you all today. Lin Chen pulled young Qing'er behind him and pointed at the 2 6th level combat emperors and all the other combat emperors of the Long family. He said disdainfully, just one of you is not enough to defeat me. All of you, stand out. If there's anyone who doesn't agree, carry them out of the Yang residence today. Boom tilde. Just as he finished speaking, 4 beams of divine light descended from the sky. The 4 great clones came out together and stood in 4 directions around Lin Chen. When he saw this scene, the yellow-robed old man who intended to forcefully crush Lin Chen instantly felt his scalp go numb. 4 doppelgangers. Furthermore, each of them gave off an oppressive feeling that was not inferior to the main body at all. This kind of ultimate skill was unheard of. Even Long Ao, who wanted to rely on his family's prestige to suppress Lin Chen, felt his blood run cold. If that punch had landed, he would have died without a doubt. Now there were 4 more. Even someone as strong as his Long family's Grand Elder might not be able to protect him. This time, it was the Long family's turn to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. They had seen Lin Chen's strength clearly. One was already so strong that it was scary. Now there were 4 more. Then there was no point in fighting. The Yang Residence's Grand Elder, who wanted to protect Lin Chen, couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Protect my ass. This brat's strength was much stronger than his. It was more likely that this brat would protect the Yang Residence. F***CK, are you fighting or not? Give me a quick answer. I'm worth a few 100 million per second. I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and his aura further suppressed everyone in the Long family. Talented people are born in every generation. Hehe, Lin Chen of the spiritual state, you really live up to your reputation. The yellow-robed old man smiled insincerely. He flipped his palm and pushed the 2 6th level elders with a wave of energy. Today's matter, my Long family has disturbed you. I didn't expect to see the legendary Lin Chen. I admit defeat. The 2 elders hurriedly protected Long Ao, afraid that something would happen to this little ancestor. The yellow-robed old man waved his hand, let's go. Today's matter, my Long family has disturbed the Yang residence. F***CKU. Lin Chen punched again. The yellow-robed old man stretched out his hand and slapped out. The fist and palm collided. What are you trying to do? Do you really think my Long family is easy to bully? The yellow-robed old man was furious. So what if I bully you? Didn't you bully the Yang residents just now? I, Lin Chen, even dared to bully the Divine Continent's false god soul family. Why can't I deal with your F***King Long family? F***CK. What do you think this place is? Going to a brothel or a restaurant? Leaving after acting cool? Lin Chen sneered. He clenched his fist, and the five-colored dragon energy rotated. He stood proudly with his spear. Leave all your storage rings to me as an apology to the young residents. And that idiot over there who lost his teeth and bled. Yes, what are you looking at? It's you. Apologize to the young residents. You must say it loudly. Say it until I hear you. When this request came out, the expressions of Long Ao and the Long family's experts change. Leave their storage rings? This was clearly daylight robbery. Roar tilde tilde. Dragon roars shook the sky, and two dragons thousands of feet long soared into the sky. Purple phoenix wings, green dragon body, and four wings spread out high. Rain dragon tail was like a blue sword, domineering and majestic. The yellow-robed old man's pupils shrank. There were actually two dragons above the 7th rank. The most terrifying one was the green dragon that had not broken through the 7th rank. It had purple phoenix wings and rain dragon wings on its back. It was extremely strange. He could actually faintly smell a trace of danger from it. Even the emperors who were sitting in the shadows at the edge of the hall were secretly shocked. They had been in the 9 regions for tens of thousands of years, and had seen many strange things. However, this was the first time they had seen a beast with more than 2 kinds of bloodlines at the same time, and each of them was more terrifying than the other. I've always convinced people with virtue. Those who don't submit are basically dead. How about it? Do you want to try? The 4 clones spread out and surrounded the Long family's people. It looked like they were going to start a fight if they didn't agree. Damn it, how many trump cards does this kid have? The yellow-robed old man was flustered and exasperated. With the 2 green dragons, he didn't have the confidence to protect his young master. If things went wrong, even he, an early 7th rank combat emperor, would lose a few pieces of flesh here. No wonder this kid could actually turn the divine continent upside down. And a few days ago, the energy of the Earth's core exploded in the Dan region. There must have been a shocking change in the divine continent. Their Long family was not to be trifled with. How did they provoke this madman? Even if he had the backing of the Dragon clan, they couldn't afford to offend him. Even the legendary God family and Hun family were turned upside down by him. Why would he be afraid of the Dragon clan? We'll hand it over. The yellow-robed old man gritted his teeth and shouted. The Long family's combat emperors looked at each other. In the end, they were extremely unwilling to hand over their storage rings. There was no other way. If they didn't hand it over, their lives would be in danger. Who hadn't heard of Lin Chen's name? This old man who punched the true God mountain and set off the energy of the Earth's core like fireworks. He even put the fireworks of the Earth's core into the legends of the 9 regions. Was there anything he didn't dare to do? If they didn't hand it over, the number of people who could walk out of here alive could be counted with one's fingers. Chapter 613. The yellow-robed elder was furious as he threw a bunch of storage rings at Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Long Ao, whose face was covered in blood. He was so angry that he was trembling. He personally bowed to the Yang family's upper echelons. Long Ao gritted his teeth and said, "So sorry." Bang! Lin Chen kicked violently, sending a strong gust of wind towards his anus. It was so painful that he cried out, "Did you not eat? F***CK. If you're not full, I'll send you to eat shit later." Louder. "If you don't show some sincerity, I'll break your legs with my next punch and drag you to Holy Pill City to apologize 100 times. Lin Chen lectured Long Ao like an old man. Countless people felt their scalps go numb. Savage. Savage to the extreme. The hundreds of Yang family members present felt like they were in a dream. Long Ao, who was still clamoring about marrying the Yang family's woman, was now beaten to the ground like a pug. In terms of arrogance, in terms of overbearingness, this Long Ao paled in comparison to this master Lin Chen. Long Ao covered his butt, his mouth trembling as he stood up and shouted. "I, Long Ao, apologize to everyone in the Yang family and Miss Yang Chinga. I'm sorry." Finally, the yellow-robed elder helped Long Ao up. Lin Chen gave them a casual sentence. "If you dare to have any ideas about the Yang family, I'll go to your family or the dragon clan next time. I haven't played enough recently, so I'll go set off a few more Earthcore fireworks. The yellow-robed elder's body trembled slightly. When the last group of Long family members left, everyone was still in a daze as if they were in a dream. Many of the Yang family's young geniuses were looking forward to it, and their blood was boiling. What was arrogance? What was a strong person? What was a quick revenge? All of these were vividly portrayed by Lin Chen. Is there any more trouble? Lin Chen asked the Yang family members with a smirk on his face. The Yang family head laughed out loud for the first time. Ha ha ha, no, there's really no more. Thank you, Lin Chen, for your help. My Yang family can't thank you enough. My daughter owes you a favor. It's fine, it's fine. If you have any trouble like this in the future, remember to call me. I love helping others solve their problems. Sigh, it can't be helped. There aren't many good youths like me in the 9 provinces. The most important thing is that I'm so damn handsome. Lin Chen sighed with emotion as he fiddled with the storage rings in his hand. Everyone's mouths twitched. His words sounded so righteous, but why did it make people want to beat him up? Against a group of war emperors from the Long family, if it was under normal circumstances, Lin Chen would naturally not be afraid. However, this was the central region of the Yang residence. If there was a large-scale battle, Lin Chen could protect Yangqinga, but not the entire Yang residence. Therefore, the best outcome was for them to leave after paying the price. When the Yang family head saw his precious daughter staring at Lin Chen, it was no longer limited to the feelings she had before. Instead, it was a face full of affection. He couldn't help but sigh. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Oh right, Lin Chen, we've gathered all the experts you wanted. Moreover, there's a pleasant surprise. The Yang family head laughed heartily. Then, he cupped his fists towards the corners of the hall. Everyone, Lin Chen is here. You can show yourselves now. Lin Chen turned his head. Since just now, his spiritual power had faintly detected a profound and powerful spatial barrier in the corner of the hall. Even part of his perception was blocked. Buzz tilde. The spatial enchantment trembled and gradually disappeared, revealing many figures inside. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Outside the 9 provinces, in the endless starry sky, there were 5 faint stars connected together. In the void between the stars, voices were echoing. The saint heart of the Han family's old man has been broken. The believers he cultivated are stronger than any of us. It was still broken by that kid. What should we do? The boundary suppressing sacred stele in the 9 provinces hasn't been completely cleared. There's also the firmament tower. If we completely invade it, it's completely unknown. However, if we don't take action now, I'm afraid it won't be long before this kid can threaten our energy saint heart. At that time, it won't be so easy to recover from the injury. Maybe the hundreds of thousands of years of painstaking effort will be in vain. Those guys from the demon tribe won't make a second move. Our saint bodies have only recovered less than 40%. Damn the sacred prison. If we come to the 9 provinces in this state, we may not be able to withstand the bombardment of those boundary-suppressing sacred steles. Forget it. Absorb it. Let's all join forces and absorb all the energy stored in the saint heart. Recover as much as we can, but if we refine the saint heart now, it will take countless years to create an altar to extract energy from the earth core. What else can we do? Wait for that kid to come and mess with our saint heart? Even the family of the Han family's believers was infiltrated by him. How can our family be spared? Refine the saint heart. Recover as much as we can. Then, change the plan. We don't need to reach 80% of the saint heart before we descend. We don't need to sweep across the 9 provinces in one breath. We only need to descend on a big province first and refine the energy from the earth core with our saint bodies. The efficiency will be doubled. Oh, you mean we should conquer it gradually? Start with a big province first? That's right. Since this kid's appearance has changed our plan, let's abandon the original plan and focus on attacking a big province first. Let's attack the spiritual state. This kid is also from the spiritual state. We'll attack the spiritual state. The spiritual state has the least number of boundary-suppressing sacred steles and can't stop all of us. Since that's the case, it's time to exterminate these ants. After refining the energy of the Saint Heart, we'll start with the spiritual state. I agree. Attack the spiritual state. In the hall of the Yang mansion, Lin Chen sat at the head of the table. Looking around at the 39 masters present, he nodded from time to time with a satisfied expression. There were many masters. Among them, 30 of them were attracted by Lin Chen's summons. The message sent by the alchemy families of the Dan province was sent out by the Secret Intelligence Network. It wasn't a public announcement. Those who received the message were all people with a certain level of character, strength, and fame. They were considered top-notch masters among their peers. The weakest of the masters who were attracted by the summons was a mid-5th level combat emperor. The strongest two of them were far stronger than the 7th level combat emperor. The weakest of the two was an early 8th level combat emperor. They might even be stronger than that. Even Lin Chen couldn't see through them. It was terrifying. The most terrifying thing was that one of them was a saber emperor and the other was a sword emperor. Their combat strength was far beyond their peers. The other 9 people were a little special. The strongest among them was a late 4th level combat emperor and the weakest was a late 3rd level combat emperor. However, they had a strong foundation. Moreover, they came to find Lin Chen of their own accord. Because these 9 people were all super geniuses who had obtained the inheritance of the boundary-suppressing sacred steles, they were the last hope of the Jojo continent to fight against the fake god. Of course, they weren't the only ones who had obtained the inheritance of the boundary-suppressing sacred steles. It was just that the others weren't attracted to this place, didn't receive the news, or were in seclusion. These 9 people were also very strong. Chapter 614. Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, I'm afraid we missed a good show. I saw it very clearly just now. Those guys from the Long family also have a day when they are defeated. Ha ha ha. It's so F***king satisfying. At this time, 3 old figures appeared like ghosts. They stroked their beards and laughed, not caring about their image at all. They were the 3 alchemists who had hosted the peak elixir meeting. The young geniuses of the Yang mansion looked at the 3 of them with shock and admiration. These 3 were the top alchemists in the elixir prefecture. At the same time, some of the young geniuses of the Yang mansion looked at Lin Chen with amazement. Some of the young female geniuses even had feelings for him. To be able to make the 3 alchemists of the elixir prefecture welcome him personally, one could see how important this young man was. Greetings, seniors. Lin Chen smiled in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The 3 of them waved their hands indifferently and found a place to sit down. When the 3 of them looked at the 9 youngest people in the hall, apart from Lin Chen, their eyes flashed with amazement and admiration. The inheritor of the boundary-suppressing sacred stele was even rarer than the descendants of the fake god. It's better to meet you in person than to hear about you. Sir Lin Chen, you live up to your reputation. I'm sincerely convinced after meeting you today. At this time, a gentleman in a white robe held a white jade fan in his hand and sincerely saluted Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. I like this young man. I enjoyed watching him trample on Long Ao's face just now. The young man with a red giant axe laughed heartily and gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. A young man with a saber in his arms had a grave and stern face. His expression was somewhat cold, but he said a few words as if they were gold. You are affectionate and righteous. It's really fortunate that the 9 prefectures have Prince Lin Chen. The 2 beautiful women stood up and bowed slightly to greet him. This scene attracted the attention of many super prodigies. When had this pair of proud and arrogant twin sisters ever revealed such a feminine side to a man? They had seen Lin Chen's methods and bearing. Only now did they truly know how big this young man's tolerance was. From breaking into the divine mountain, to breaking into the family of fake gods, and then to releasing the energy of the earth core of the fake gods, as the inheritors, everyone knew how difficult each of these things was. It was almost impossible for a single person to do it. The geniuses who could obtain the world-suppressing sacred stele were existences that were 1 in a trillion. How could they not see that Lin Chen's actions revealed some information? Facing his enemies, he was decisive and merciless. Towards his friends, he was magnanimous and sincere, taking the initiative to take care of the Long family's matters. Now that they had met, all of their doubts were dispelled, leaving only admiration from the bottom of their heart. Everyone, you're too polite. I didn't think that you would take the initiative to help me this time. I can't thank you enough. I'm not someone who likes to owe people favors. As long as you put in the effort, your rewards will be the same as everyone else's. I, Lin Chen, will give you a chance to refine medicine for free. Lin Chen cupped his hands. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. A high-rank Tier 7 alchemist, they naturally would not refuse. Kid, are you really a high-rank Tier 7 alchemist? Suddenly, a hoarse voice questioned. Lin Chen looked over. It was the grey-clothed Sword Emperor with the most terrifying aura. What's wrong, Fang Ling? You don't trust us? Han Ming, one of the 3 alchemists, snorted in displeasure. Lin Chen didn't mind. He raised his hand, indicating that Han Ming didn't need to be angry. I'm the real deal. Other than high-rank Tier 7 pills, there shouldn't be any pills below the high-rank Tier 7 that can stump me. Lin Chen's light laughter was mixed with the vibration of his mental energy. The vibration of his mental energy caused ripples to appear in the air. All of the combat emperors were shocked. Mental energy of the Heaven Ascension realm. Moreover, among all the alchemists they had seen, there were no more than 5 people whose mental energy was comparable to this kid. Some of the combat emperors were even seeing it for the first time. The 3 alchemists were also surprised. Lin Chen's mental energy was more condensed and robust than last time. It far surpassed the mental energy of an ordinary Heaven Ascension realm early stage. His growth speed was simply freakish. The geniuses who had obtained the inheritance from the Saint Monument were even more amazed. What a monster! He really was a monster in human form. How could there be such a monstrous figure in this world? A 21-year-old 3rd-level combat emperor who was comparable to a 5th-level combat emperor. In addition, he also had the mental energy of a Heaven Ascension realm cultivator. Moreover, he was a high-rank 7th-level alchemist. They couldn't compare. They would be angered to death if they were to compare. These monstrous geniuses who had never truly submitted to any of their peers were now only submitting to Lin Chen alone. Yes, we have no more questions. The other grey-clothed saber emperor nodded slightly. His cold face squeezed out a stiff smile, as if he hadn't smiled for a long time. The upper echelons of the Yang family shook their heads and sighed in amazement. To be able to suppress so many powerhouses, and even those legendary super freaks who had obtained the legacy of the saints, this wasn't something that could be accomplished with just alchemy alone. Only when the strong met the strong, they would always respect each other. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Everyone knows our goal this time, which is to fight all the ancient families in the spirit state and quell the internal strife of the spirit state. In terms of battle, everyone must listen to my orders and not act rashly. If anyone violates this rule, I will cancel our cooperation. Lin Chen raised his finger, and everyone nodded seriously. Lin Chen's strength and foundation were enough for them to follow his lead. Because our enemies might not be just the ancient families in the spirit state. Therefore, if there is a special situation that requires everyone to risk their lives, I will allow everyone to withdraw. However, the reward will be cancelled. Of course, if anyone risks their lives for me, I am willing to double the reward. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed again. Double the reward? Doesn't that mean they can refine elixirs twice for free? The temptation of this reward was strong enough. It was enough to make most of the powerful warriors risk their lives. Don't worry about my potion-making skills and foundation. I believe everyone has heard about my performance at the Peak Elixir Association and the Small Elixir Association. Not only can I refine elixirs, but my clones also have the same level of potion-making skills as me. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was first shocked, then puzzled, and finally revealed an unprecedentedly shocked expression. Even the 2 most powerful saber and sword emperors were the same. The higher-ups and elders of the Yang mansion were also horrified. Yes. Thinking back to his performance at the Small Elixir Association, he broke history by refining elixirs with 9 alchemy furnaces in one go. Lin Chen's clones had the same level of potion-making skills as him. If he had the skills of a level 7 alchemist, wouldn't it mean? The 3 alchemist giants' faces twitched for the first time. Didn't it mean that including his 4 clones and himself, there were 5 of them? 5 level 7 alchemists. F*ck. The 3 alchemist giants couldn't help but curse in their mind. 5 level 7 alchemists, except for the Dan province, no other province could come up with such a lineup. Didn't this mean that Lin Chen alone was comparable to all the top alchemist giants in the 9 provinces except for the Dan province? Even more than that. F*ck. Not a human. This kid is definitely not a human. This wasn't something a human could do. Han Ming wanted to drink a cup of hot tea to calm himself down, but at this moment, the hand holding the teacup was trembling. For the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, the hand holding the teacup was trembling, and the tea spilled over his crotch. It was as if the waves in his heart had spread across the entire Sahara Desert. He was left with doubts about his life. Unable to drink the tea, he couldn't help but raise his hand to order the maid of the Yang family. Give me an orange. No, give Lin Chen one too. Chapter 6:15. The expressions of the 9 Saint Monument inheritors were extremely interesting. Even with their talents, it was extremely difficult for them to meet a high-rank 7 alchemy giant. They had never heard of a 7th-grade alchemist giant that could fight against 5 alchemist giants. This news of Lin Chen was no longer just at the level of being shocking. This was Mother King horrifying news. This was not a level that a human could reach. The powerhouses who had come for the summoning order were filled with shock and ecstasy. This also meant that Lin Chen did not lack manpower to refine medicine. The 3 alchemist giants took a long time to recover from their shock. They clutched their chests and smiled bitterly. At their age, they could not withstand this kind of shock. 5 7th-grade alchemists, if given enough time, could expand their team by a few times. However, Lin Chen didn't have the time to wait any longer. This also made the combat emperors decide that this time, they would have to put their lives on the line to carry out the order. To be able to invite 7th-grade alchemist giants to refine medicine twice, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's time for us old fellows to retire. Han Ming sighed from the bottom of his heart. The other 2 elders also sighed deeply. As expected of the person who could turn the Han family upside down. He is indeed a legend. The beauty wearing a purple veil slowly spoke. She was also a Saint Monument inheritor. Then, the experts who came one by one stood up and cupped their fists to pay their respects. They reported their names. As for the 2 8th-grade combat emperors, the saber and sword emperors, the sword emperor was Fang Ling. The saber emperor was Jing Yu. Even the 3 alchemist giants introduced Lin Chen a few more words. These 2 were combat emperors who had been famous for a long time in the 9 continents. The 2 of them were originally opponents, but from the moment they met, they were evenly matched. They fought from the 1st-level combat emperor all the way to the 8th-level combat emperor. After fighting for almost 50,000 years, there was still no clear victor. During the battle, the 2 of them became friends and enemies. At the crucial moment, they would work together. When they worked together, they were invincible under the 9th-grade combat emperor. Even Lin Chen was surprised. This was too extreme. There was still no winner after 50,000 years of fighting. This was the result of several lifetimes of fate. There were only 2 reasons why they had come. The 2 of them were extremely disdainful of the actions of false deities. They had once offended the renowned false deity clans, the Long family and the Han family. Therefore, when the news of Lin Chen smashing the Han family's True God Mountain spread, they were shocked. On the other hand, they really did have some medicinal pills that they needed Lin Chen to refine. Their admiration and need led them to look for Lin Chen. Not all 7th-tier alchemists could invite a high-level combat emperor. There was a strict corresponding level. 7th-level pills were suitable for the 1st to 3rd level of the War Emperor realm. As the user's strength increased, the effect would gradually weaken or even become ineffective. The middle of the 7th step was suitable for the 4th to 5th level of the War Emperor. High 7th level, from the 6th to the 7th level. Above the 8th level Combat Emperor was the peak of the 7th level. It was estimated that there were no more than 5 alchemists of this level in the current 9 prefectures. To be able to get the help of the two of you, it seems that I am quite lucky, Lin Chen said with a smile. Fang Ling nodded with a cold expression. You are too polite. With your strength, it is only a matter of time before you reach our level. Moreover, we have a request from you. It is a cooperative relationship. All right, since the conditions are more or less settled, if there are no other questions, let us depart. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. Lin Chen's expression became extremely cold. 7 days later, in Tianzhou's Dragon Cry City. Behind Dragon Cry City was Lingyun Mountain. This was where the Heavenly Song Academy set up a branch. On this day, many students of the academy came and went in the branch. Kai tilde. Rumble. The power that swept across the sky shook the heavens. Many top combat emperors in Tianzhou suddenly opened their eyes. Their expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. A large number of strong warriors have arrived in Tianzhou. What is going on? On Lingyun Mountain, the Academy's combat emperor elder suddenly woke up. His figure flashed out of the secret room and flew out of the outside world. The sky above the Academy was covered by layers of dark clouds. A powerful spatial barrier covered the entire sky. A group of figures slowly appeared in the sky. The pupils of the Academy's elder who was stationed in Tianzhou shrunk. Among the dozens of figures, the strength of each of them was far stronger than the elder who was stationed in the branch. I am Liu Yunsheng, the elder of the Heavenly Song Academy. May I know the purpose of your visit? The elder who was walking in the sky, Liu Yunsheng, cupped his fists and asked cautiously. The opponent's strength and formation were too terrifying. In addition, there were many students here. He had no chance to protect the students. The defensive formation that he had set up was useless in front of these people. A mere 3rd-level combat emperor, you are not qualified to know the purpose of our visit. Get lost. The cloaked elder who was the leader flicked his sleeves and sneered. There was no fluctuation of battle chi, but Elder Liu Yunsheng was suddenly struck by lightning. With a bang, he flew hundreds of miles away. Countless students were dumbfounded. This was one of the elders who was in charge of the Tianzhou branch. How could he be so weak? Where did these people come from? Next, those whose names I call, step out immediately. Otherwise, all of you will die. The cloaked elder said coldly as if he was judging everyone's fate. Yun Manqing, Leng Yueqi. Who are you? Step out. When these two names were called, the expressions of everyone in Class 66 changed. Especially by Juanhao, he seemed to have realized something. I will give the order 3 times. If you don't speak, everyone will be killed. The cloaked elder's hoarse voice was like an announcement from hell, without a trace of emotion. The expressions of the students became extremely frightened. It's me. 2 crisp voices reverberated. 2 graceful figures stood in the sky. Each of them had their own merits. They were devastatingly beautiful and their temperament surpassed countless women in the mortal world. They were Lang Yueqi and Yun Manqing. If they didn't appear, the entire academy would be buried with them. There was no other choice. You can't go out. Bai Juanhao cried out in alarm, and the cloaked old man's sharp gaze swept over him. Poochie. Bai Juanhao flew backward and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes kept rolling back. Half of his meridians and bones were broken. Oh! As expected of the girl that brat took a fancy to. She does have some aptitude. The other elder in white sneered. The cloaked elder had a hint of killing intent. He reached out a palm from under the robe and grabbed at the 2 girls. Kai tilde. Bang. The 2 girls' delicate bodies suddenly exploded with a muffled sound. Their expressions were filled with despair. Blood stained their clothes and they fainted. With these 2 girls, I can't let that brat continue to be a coward. The cloaked elder sneered. He flipped his palm and sucked the 2 girls over. Rip tilde. Kai tilde. Bang. The overwhelming battle chi swept across the sky and smashed the spatial enchantment in the outside world. A beautiful figure flashed out and saved the 2 girls. This made the cloaked elder furious. Dozens of figures flashed in the void at lightning speed. Their auras were so strong that they were not inferior to the cloaked old man's side. "Who are you? How dare you invade Tianju?" The blue-haired elder in the lead was filled with thunder. His voice was like thunder as he shouted coldly. Chapter 6:16. Tianju, don't ask for trouble. We are from the Han family of the Divine Land. 3 more figures appeared beside the cloaked elder. Their battle pressure was extremely strong and they were at the peak of the 9 states. The Han family. It was them. With the Han family's background, it was easy to investigate Lin Chen's background. In a short period of time, they found out about Lin Chen's relationships and went straight for Lung Yueqi and Yun Manqing. It was obvious that they came prepared. The lightning-haired elder frowned and quickly scanned the situation of the Heavenly Song Academy. His lips curled into an overbearing smile. "So what if you are from the Han family of the Divine Land? If you dare to offend the Tianju, we don't mind declaring war on the entire Divine Land, let alone the Han family." The cloaked elder was furious and shouted, "Sir, are you asking for trouble? You are the ones asking for trouble. You want to fight? Do you really think the people of the Tianju are made of mud?" 2 figures appeared beside the lightning-haired elder. The group of cultivators did not show any signs of fear. The Tianju was the most united state in the 9 states. Most of the ancient families had formed an alliance. Therefore, they would not easily give in to any foreign forces. Moreover, most of their powers owed the dean of the Heavenly Song Academy a favor, so how could they easily abandon his students and not care about them? The Han family of the Divine Land had never been threatened like this. The cloaked elder was about to move when another elder blocked his way. "Sir, we are here because of a personal grudge. How about this, you give the 2 girls to us and we will naturally leave." Right now, it was not the time for the Han family to waste time here. They could only pretend to be obedient. "No. If you want it, talk with your fists." Who knew that the lightning-haired elder would protect the people of the academy and the 2 girls? He would not give in at all. "You mother ****. The higher-ups of the Han family were furious. The elder blocked him again and exchanged glances. If the other party insisted on protecting the Heavenly Song Academy, it would not benefit the Han family much if they fought now. Hihi, what a Tianju alliance. Very overbearing. I hope you can continue to be this overbearing in the future." The cloaked elder laughed sinisterly and led the group to retreat. The cultivators of the Tianju did not chase after them. Thank you seniors of the Tianju." Liu Yunsheng flew up with injuries and cupped his fists at everyone. "This is our responsibility, not to mention that we owe your powerful dean a favor. However, how did you provoke such a terrifying opponent?" The lightning-haired old man frowned. Liu Yunsheng smiled bitterly. How would he know? How are the injured students doing? Suddenly, a green-robed old man questioned. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam holding the 2 girls slowly shook her head. "It's terrible. His dantian was directly crippled. His battle Qi Yuan palace had been shattered, 90% of his meridians had been severed, and his Yuan venerate cultivation base had been reduced to nothing. He's barely alive, but I'm afraid he won't be able to wake up anytime soon." The beautiful woman in the Cheongsam frowned. The other party did not harm their internal organs, so it was obvious that he had other uses for them. What was the situation with the Heavenly Song Academy? How did they provoke such a terrifying enemy? The only thing they could think of was perhaps that legendary orange medal rank student. The students in the sky were still in shock. A day later, the space above Ling Yun Mountain fluctuated, and another large group of terrifying auras descended. Elder Liu Yunsheng, who was recuperating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that the other party was coming back? The powerhouses of the Tianju Alliance also appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Song Academy. Both sides heard the young man's laughter at the same time. "Everyone, long time no see." When the familiar laughter rang out, the blue medal rank student, Lu Ying, and the other students who had interacted with him before, were pleasantly surprised. The silver-robed young man appeared in the sky with a group of people. "Lin Chen?" Many of the teachers and elders of the academy exclaimed. Lin Chen had a smile on his face. When he flew in front of the elders, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. His Golden Eyes twin had been activated, but the murderous intent and misfortune in the vicinity had not completely dissipated. What happened? Lin Chen had a bad premonition. His expression instantly became serious as he asked the elders. They looked at each other with bitter smiles and led Lin Chen to a secret room specially prepared by the academy. Inside the two high-grade secret rooms, Lin Chen's expression was extremely gloomy. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Everyone could feel this young man's monstrous anger. Lin Chen released a strand of spiritual energy into the two girls lying on the green jade icebed, as well as by Juanhao beside them. After a moment, Lin Chen opened his eyes. His expression was deranged. What a vicious method! Destroy their cultivation, break their meridians, shatter their dantian, and destroy their yuan mansion. In this life, Sister Yueqi and Manqing will never be able to cultivate. His eyes flashed with ferocious murderous intent. Lin Chen roared like an angry beast, "Hun family, I will not rest until I die." Suddenly, two pairs of jade hands held his hand. Two beauties, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied by Lin Chen. They were the Su sisters. "Lin Chen, now is not the time to go crazy. You are the academy's only hope. If you give up, we will have no chance," the elder sister Su Lan said gently. The younger sister Su Lan held his hand tightly, not daring to let go. "That's right, class monitor. Those people's strength is too terrifying. You are still no match for them," Yu Linlin said worriedly. They were still immersed in the terror of the Hun family that day. Even elder Liu Yunsheng couldn't withstand a single blow from them. "Lin Chen." Shangguan Bian gritted her teeth. She knew that Lin Chen wasn't the kind of person who would swallow his anger and slowly cultivate. Everyone in Class 66 was filled with anger, but there was nothing they could do. They weren't even battle emperors, so they didn't have the right to interfere in this situation. Lin Chen calmed his breathing and said seriously, "I will. Leave the rest to me." This little guy is Lin Chen of the spiritual state. Why did he put out 3 alchemy furnaces? If he wants to make medicine, he only needs 1 alchemy furnace, right? No. Don't underestimate this kid. This is the first time I have seen his spiritual energy. Compared to some of the old monsters in Danju and those old bastards in Tianju, he is even stronger. Many people from the Tianju Alliance stepped into the clouds and looked down at Lin Chen on the mountain peak below. Rumble tilde. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged, and countless level 7 and level 6 herbs appeared. Lin Chen shook his shoulders and 4 clones appeared in a flash. A spiritual energy vortex formed, and countless level 6 and level 7 herbs quickly entered the alchemy furnace. As the alchemy hand seals were used, they instantly melted into essence. This is the heaven and earth spirit acceptance technique? Hiss. What kind of terrifying alchemy technique is this? His clones can actually use alchemy techniques at the same level as him? Seeing Lin Chen skillfully use the heaven and earth spirit acceptance technique, the powerful people of Tianju were all shocked. The main body used the heaven and earth spirit acceptance technique, and the clones refined the herbs step by step. Even the powerful people who followed Lin Chen's order were amazed. Their hearts were filled with shock. 5 level 7 alchemists supported each other and cooperated with each other. It was as if they were one. Chapter 617. His alchemy hand seals were formed smoothly, and he didn't fail even once. In just one day, the 3 alchemy furnaces were filled with dazzling rainbow lights. There were 5 rainbow lights from the 3 elixirs, and they were all mid-level level 7 elixirs. The mid-level level 7 elixirs were produced so easily that all the witnesses felt their scalps go numb. Refining mid-level level 7 elixirs was like playing with fire. How long has it been since this little guy entered? What level has he reached? Elder Yuan shook his head and sighed. The current Lin Chen was not at a level that he could see through. Thinking back, when Lin Chen entered the academy, he was still a kid in the Heaven Star border realm. But now, the little guy who entered the academy for less than 2 years was already at the peak of the Jojo continent. After the elixirs were produced, Lin Chen hurriedly fed them to the 3 injured people. Although they were mid-level level 7 elixirs, Lin Chen had slightly modified many of the details of the elixir recipe. In addition, the 3 elixirs were mild in nature, so they would only continue to evaporate in the 3 people's bodies. Even if they didn't take the initiative to refine them, they wouldn't be affected. Jun Hao can be considered to have been saved. I even added my Azure Dragon bloodline into the pill. I reckon that after this, his strength will be able to rise greatly once more. As for Sister Yuechi and Manqing, it will be harder for them to reach the Heaven Star border realm in the future. Lin Chen gritted his teeth at this result. With his current level of alchemy, this was the best he could do. If he wanted to save the 2 girls, he would have to be a level 8 alchemist. This kind of alchemist might have been extinct in the entire Jojo continent. Han family, I didn't expect you to act so quickly. It seems that we have to fight to the death this time. Lin Chen suppressed the anger and murderous intent in his heart. At least, it wasn't the most desperate moment yet. As long as they were still alive, Lin Chen believed that with the system, he wouldn't be too far away from becoming a level 8 alchemist. Lin Chen turned around and cupped his fists at the Sky Province Alliance's experts, who were still in shock, before he spoke in a serious tone. Seniors, thank you for your help this time. I still have to return to the spiritual state, so I hope you can take care of the Heavenly Song Academy. As for the reward, I will repay you after I solve the problem in the spiritual state. The powerhouses of the Tianju Alliance were overjoyed and quickly promised Lin Chen. They had already witnessed Lin Chen's alchemy foundation with their own eyes. Just this alchemy foundation alone was enough for them to revere. To be on good terms with him, that would be great. Class President, are you going back to the spiritual state? Everyone from Class 66 rushed up and asked anxiously. That's right. I'm going to settle this score with those guys personally. Everyone looked at each other. They all wanted to return to the spiritual state with Lin Chen, but with their strength, they would only be a burden. Believe in the class leader. I also believe in Big Brother Lin Chen. After settling the 2 girls and Bai Juanhao down, Lin Chen hurriedly left. He soared into the air and waved to everyone in the academy. Everyone, I promise you that it won't be long before we all return to the spiritual state. The cold wind was as sharp as a knife. Lin Chen led all the powerhouses and rushed into the space channel that led to the spiritual state. 2 days later. It had been 1 year and 3 months since the civil war between the ancient families broke out in the spiritual state. In this year, the spiritual state was completely divided into 2 major forces. On one side was the alliance of all the ancient families in the spiritual state, which was a total of 23 ancient families. On the other side was the alliance of the Yang family and the Heavenly Song Academy. Most of the forces in the spiritual state joined the alliance of ancient families led by the Bai family. In this year's war, both sides won and lost, but neither side initiated a life-and-death battle. Only a small number of forces chose to join the Heavenly Song Academy and defend the spiritual state together. They didn't plan to turn their own sects into stepping stones for the ancient families. Both sides had a tacit understanding and didn't interfere with the situation at the border of the spiritual state during the war. The reason was simple: neither side wanted to destroy the spiritual state. The Bai family and the others wanted to take over the spiritual state. They wanted to unify the spiritual state. The Heavenly Song Academy, which had always remained neutral, became the main force in this war. The reason why the Heavenly Song Academy couldn't take down the spiritual state was that countless powerful students and elders had returned from their travels in the 9 states. In addition, because of Lin Chen, the Heavenly Song Academy didn't have any internal conflicts and didn't allow the enemy to attack from the inside. Plus, the Yang family had predicted the war and prepared for it. In the war of the spiritual state, there was one thing that almost all the top powerhouses neglected. 90% of the lakes and oceans in the spiritual state had dried up. In the past 3 months, this matter didn't catch the attention of any Battle Emperor realm powerhouses. Everyone's attention was focused on the war. In the Sky Palace of the Heavenly Song Academy, the vice principal, who was wearing a white dress, looked a bit tired. Many powerhouses of the academy gathered in the palace. It had been half a month since the Hun family's Earth core exploded in the spiritual state. In this month, the academy and the Bai family had triggered 3 more battles between Battle Emperor realm powerhouses. They had fought more than 100 small battles and were now resting. In this battle after the Blood Soul Mountains, we will start from. Before he could finish speaking, the gaze of the vice hospital director, who was sitting at the head of the table, suddenly turned especially fierce. Who are you? The vice principal shouted coldly. Rip Tilda. The sword energy slashed vertically, creating a crack in the space. A grey-clothed figure carrying a sword stepped out from the crack. Sword Emperor? All the powerhouses of the academy were shocked. This person was one of the top powerhouses in the spiritual state, not to mention that he was a sword emperor. I am a friend, not an enemy. Sir, take the letter. The grey-clothed sword emperor was Fang Ling. He threw a letter to the vice principal. The vice principal caught it and opened it to read. In less than 2 breaths, the vice principal's expression was very interesting. She even had a fluctuation that had never been seen in tens of thousands of years. No wonder he was able to send the Earth Core's energy to the spiritual state. How terrifying. He is so crazy as soon as he came back. He is betting the life and death of the entire spiritual state. The vice principal's hand trembled slightly. The letter in her hand was from Lin Chen. This letter wasn't for discussion, it was to inform everyone in the academy. Vice principal, this is. A man with fierce eyes and sharp eyebrows stepped out. He had a lightning spear on his back, and his whole body was releasing terrifying battle aura. Even Fang Ling couldn't help but show a trace of seriousness when he saw him. Hehe, Director Xing, this is the one and only orange medal student I mentioned to you, Lin Chen. This is his letter. The vice principal smiled and handed the letter to Director Xing. All the powerhouses of the Yang family and the academy were shocked. Lin Chen. This name had become the only legendary existence in the spiritual state. That was Xing Zhon, Director Xing. He was a powerhouse who had just returned to support the academy, so he knew little about Lin Chen. However, he was second only to the principal and vice principal in the Heavenly Song Academy. When he took Lin Chen's letter and read it carefully, his expression changed drastically. Chapter 618. Is this brat crazy? His gambling with the life and death of the entire spiritual state. Director Xing's scalp tingled as he exclaimed in horror. Everyone was curious about what was written in the letter. The Vice Academy master chuckled. Director Xing, this kid is like this. No one in the world can guess his style. I'm afraid the final battle will be brought forward. Pass down my order. All the masters in the academy will take away all the useful resources in the academy as soon as possible. All of them will move and guard the innumerable spirit sea. In the dim void of the spiritual state, 2 sky pavilions stood side by side. Inside the pavilions, a spatial barrier enveloped them like a barrier. More than a dozen figures sat in the hall of a secret room with extremely horrifying auras. Oh! The Han family of the godly land wants to cooperate with me again. A beautiful woman in a snow-white dress sat in the hall as she played with her slender fingers and said nonchalantly. The cloaked old man sitting opposite her laughed with a hoarse voice. Hee hee. You've seen the strength of the Han family. With the many resources of the Heavenly Song Academy and the forces you have, it will take you at least 100 years to take them down. With our help, you can shorten this time by countless times. The Han family of the godly land. Their claws and fangs had already infiltrated the spiritual state. The beautiful woman in the white dress smiled slightly. Even though it was a sneer, her smile was still extremely beautiful. She said casually, then you should know that I don't trust you. Ever since the civil war broke out in the spiritual state, no forces from the outside world had interfered. Why? The reason was that there were too many unknowns if anyone interfered in such a large-scale war. No one knew if the other party would play the blame game or if the other party knew the other party's background. Whether it was the Han family or the Heavenly Song Academy, it was difficult for them to cooperate with the outside world. Without absolute confidence, any external force was an unstable factor. It could cause great losses to their own factions. Gu. The thin man beside the cloaked old man smiled sinisterly. Don't worry. This time, the Han family is sincere in cooperating with you. If there's a big war, the Han family's forces will be the vanguard. If we do anything that threatens your faction on the battlefield, you can also counterattack our people. Heh, so you're saying that the previous cooperation wasn't sincere? The beauty smiled faintly, and the atmosphere became strange. The two people in the lead laughed strangely. After a moment of silence, she crossed her snow-white legs and waved her hand. State your purpose. The cloaked old man's eyes turned cold and murderous. We only need one person, Lin Chen. This kid is a student of Heavenly Song Academy, someone my Hun family must kill. Lin Chen? The heart of the beautiful woman in the white dress palpitated a few times. For the first time, she revealed a puzzled expression. It doesn't matter. This person has nothing to do with my plan. I only have one position. We can cooperate, but I won't do it myself because I don't trust you. Of course, other than me, everyone on my side can do it. The cloaked old man and the skinny man looked at each other and smiled. Then I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. On the top of a mountain surrounded by clouds in the spiritual state. At the peak of the mountain, there was a giant spatial gate. On both sides of the gate, there were first-stage combat emperors guarding it. Behind the giant spatial gate was the headquarters of the Bai family. The current Bai family was no longer the same as before. It had become the joint stronghold of all the ancient families. Rumble. An earth-shattering tremor shook the entire mountain peak. Two first-stage combat emperors were sent flying by an invisible force. A ray of moonlight shuttled through the giant spatial gate like a deity. Inside the giant spatial gate was a spatial plane created by many powerful combat emperors. It was connected to the spiritual state. At this moment, many experts were still gathered in the Bai family's main hall. Bang! Crack! Crack! The tremor was like a thunderclap, alerting hundreds of combat emperors in the Bai family's headquarters. Among them, there was even an 8th-stage combat emperor. Who are you? How dare you offend the Bai family's headquarters? As the angry voice resounded through the clouds, a ray of moonlight fell from the sky and smashed through the Bai family's main hall. The sudden commotion shocked all the combat emperors and made them retreat. Bang! Moonlight fell from the sky. A young man in a silver robe stood at the head of the main hall. His robe fluttered in the wind and he had a cynical smile on his face. He appeared in the main hall of the Bai family's headquarters. All the combat emperors were shocked. Where did this kid come from? How dare he barge into the Bai family's headquarters? It's you, Lin Chen. Astonished exclamations came from the main hall. It was Lin Chen's first opponent, Bai Yunsheng, the father of Bai Tianqi from the Bai family. After more than a year, Bai Yunsheng could no longer see through Lin Chen's cultivation level. Instead, he felt a bone-deep fear and shock when facing Lin Chen. He only felt this kind of pressure when facing combat emperors above the 5th stage. Oh, so it's you, old dog. Lin Chen laughed mockingly as he looked around the area without fear. He is Lin Chen? Many combat emperors in the main hall looked at him in surprise. Lin Chen was only a Yuan venerate in the past. He fought his first battle in the combat emperor realm with his god slayer talent, but the combat emperors of the Bai family didn't pay much attention to him. They used to look down on Bai Yunsheng, but he was defeated by a junior. Now that they met him, they couldn't see through this mysterious young man. The most unbelievable thing was that this kid dared to barge into the Bai family's headquarters. I have checked the surroundings. There is no abnormality outside. This kid has indeed barged in alone. A 7th-level early-stage linen-clothed old man sneered. The old monsters of the ancient families couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Young people nowadays are getting crazier with each generation. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Barging into the Bai family's headquarters alone? Only the vice principal of the Heavenly Song Academy, Shen Lianyun, could do this. Moreover, only their great master and the strongest combat power could do this. If the top combat power gathered, even Shen Lianyun wouldn't dare to barge into the Bai family's headquarters alone. Without a doubt, he was courting death. Hihi, you are Lin Chen? Young man, you are quite brave. Aren't you afraid of death? Two yellow-robed old men appeared in front of Lin Chen in a ghostly manner and asked with a smile. If I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have come. Lin Chen smiled and jumped to the main seat in the main hall. He wanted to sit on the Phoenix golden chair. Everyone's expression changed slightly. That was a seat that only their master could sit on. The combat emperors wanted to move, but the yellow-robed old man raised his hand and the people behind him stopped. Lin Chen, who was sitting on the Phoenix golden chair, crossed his legs and stroked his chin as he scanned everyone present. The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads. The two of them really wanted to see what kind of tricks this kid was going to play. Chapter 619. Not to mention that there were more than 100 combat emperors in the Bai family. Even the two of them who were at the early 8th rank would only need a breath's time to suppress her. Kid, what's your goal? Are you planning to lead your academy to attack us? The first yellow-robed elder asked with a creepy smile. If Lin Chen was really going to lead the academy to attack, then he was really courting death. The reason why the battle had been going on for so long was because of the remaining power of the ancient families. The reason why the ancient aristocratic families of the 9 regions could stand on the continent for tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer, was because of all kinds of amazing talents that had emerged in their aristocratic families, as well as those aristocratic families that had sage realm since ancient times. They had left behind some life-saving measures in their own families. Some were ancient secret formations, some were life-saving measures left behind by the Saint Realm experts, and a few of them had 8th grade Saint weapons. These life-saving measures were usually left behind in the ancient families, and could only be activated when the entire family was in a life or death situation. It was almost impossible for the later generations to control these life-saving measures. This was also the reason why the ancient families in the 9 prefectures rarely engaged in life or death battles with combat emperors, because everyone had left behind a life-saving measure in their own family. The Heavenly Song Academy also had a life-saving measure, which was the Heavenly Spirit Battle Pagoda used to measure combat strength during the Heavenly Spirit ranking competition. If Lin Chen was planning to lead the academy to attack the Bai family head-on, they would be more than happy to do so. My goal is to have some tea, and also to give you a big gift with a snap of my fingers. Lin Chen said with a mocking smile, "You are a guest, you have been here for so long, why don't you have some tea? You still want to drink tea? The seniors will make you eat tea to your heart's content later." Bai Yun Sheng sneered. A year ago, he was defeated by Lin Chen, which made him lose face in the alliance. The resources he received were even less than some first-level combat emperors. Now, he could almost see Lin Chen's face when he was about to be tortured. The dogs of the Bai family really have a foul mouth. Their barking skills haven't changed at all. Why, is the master of the Bai family not here today? I have personally come to your headquarters, are you not going to give me some face? Lin Chen laughed disdainfully and turned to look at the 2 yellow-robed elders. You are not qualified to meet our master. The 2 old men sneered. Lin Chen's pupils shone with the light of the golden eyes twin. As expected, he had seen through most of the battle emperors' bodies. All of them had been turned into puppets by the burning will of the sacred flame. The only strange thing was that as long as the battle emperors belonged to the Bai family, the will of the sacred flame would burn with a different light. Just then, another battle emperor from the Ling family stepped out and sneered. What? Didn't you say that you were going to give us a big gift? Could it be that you came to our headquarters to talk nonsense? I just don't know if your bones or your mouth will be tougher later. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chen looked up to the sky and laughed. He suddenly stood up from the golden chair and kicked over the entire Phoenix golden chair, causing the expressions of all the combat emperors present to become especially cold. I'm hard everywhere. How can I be so hard that all of you are afraid? I am here today to issue you a letter of challenge. Lin Chen stomped his foot, and the Earth Calamity Battle Chi broke out from the ground and formed a stone tablet that stood in front of the battle emperors. On the stone tablet, there was an engraving, 3 days later, the battle in the 10,000 Spirit Sea. 1 battle to determine the winner and the loser, 1 battle to determine life and death. He actually issued a letter of challenge? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? You think you are qualified to issue a letter of challenge? Let your vice principal Shen Lianyun come instead. The yellow-robed elder sneered and the battle chi in his palm disappeared. With this snap of my fingers. Lin Chen stood proudly on the stone tablet and raised his hand above his head. All the battle emperors were waiting for him. It should be about time. Lin Chen smiled. Snap. The crisp snap of the fingers suddenly echoed in the hall. Many battle emperors released their battle chi and found that there was nothing unusual in the Bai family headquarters or the outside world. A bluff. In the next moment, an unprecedented sound echoed in the Bai family headquarters. Rumble tilde tilde. The space was distorted, the earth veins were cracked, the mountains and rivers were twisted, and the airflow was collapsing. What's going on? Is it an enemy attack? Is it really the army of the Heavenly Song Academy? That's exactly what I want. Let's go out and take a look. All the battle emperors were shocked and angry, and they rushed out of the hall. They were shocked to find that the entire space of the Bai clan's headquarters was beginning to tilt. What? The space is tilting. Is there an expert from the outside world suppressing our space? At the very least, one has to be a 9th-level combat emperor to be able to do it. In the Heavenly Song Academy, only Director Xing and Vice Principal Shen Lianyun can do that, right? It seems like they are really attacking. Everyone, prepare for battle. The battle emperors of the Bai family were preparing for battle, but their expressions gradually froze because they found that no expert from the outside world was attacking their space barrier. Something is not right. The yellow-robed elder furrowed his brows and his figure flashed. All the battle emperors followed him into the void and headed to the outside world. On the peak of the mountain, more than 10 battle emperors were walking in the air. When they looked around, they couldn't find anything that could threaten the Bai family headquarters. However, the strange thing was that the space of the Bai family headquarters was still tilting, collapsing, cracking, and collapsing. What is going on? All the battle emperors were dumbfounded. No one was attacking them, and their space barrier was perfectly fine. How could such a strange situation happen? Suddenly, the pupils of the yellow-robed 8th-level combat emperor shrank. As far as his eyes could see, everything began to change. The mountain peak gradually collapsed, and the earth veins continued to burst open. The cracks that looked like giant pythons continued to spread. Streams of lava were squeezed out from the depths of the earth, and the fire started to spread outside the Bai family headquarters. No. 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 The yellow-robed elder's expression changed from surprise to fear, and finally, his lips trembled. He took in a cold breath and said no 3 times in a row. All the battle emperors who had arrived in the outside world looked at him. The yellow-robed elder's hands trembled, and his mouth twitched as he said word by word in shock. It's not a small trick like attacking the space barrier or destroying the Bai family spaceplane. It's the space of the entire western region. No. The yellow-robed elder looked up at the sky, and his pupils suddenly trembled. At this moment, the entire sky started to tilt. It's the entire spiritual state. Right now, the entire continent's tectonic plates were beginning to tilt. He tilted the entire spiritual state. The yellow-robed elder's words made everyone's scalp tingle. The entire spiritual state was tilting in one direction. Even the ancient saints of the 9 states couldn't do it. How did he do it? I don't know. All in all, the spiritual state is tilting in one direction. Let's go back to the main hall. The spiritual state is about to undergo a shocking change. Inside the main hall of the Bai family headquarters, all the battle emperors stared at Lin Chen, who was standing on the stone tablet as if they had seen a ghost. This kid made the entire spiritual state tilt with a snap of his fingers. What kind of finger snap was that? Was he a saint? But this was the entire spiritual state's continental plate. It wasn't just 1 or 2 mountains. He made it tilt with a snap of his fingers. That was impossible. Even an ancient saint couldn't move the entire spiritual state's continental plate. Lin Chen smiled faintly, looking very flirtatious. He calmly peeled an orange and put it into his mouth, smiling casually. How high the sky is, how flirtatious. Chapter 620. Rumble. The masters of the Han family who had just reached an agreement felt the space tremble. What's going on? The space is tilting. Does someone dare to attack us? Let's go out and take a look. All the emperors gathered in the innumerable spirit sea. At this moment, There wasn't even a drop of water in the innumerable spirit sea. It was like a vast and boundless plain. Rumble. The space started to twist and crack from time to time. The 40 people including young Chinga stared at the vertical black line at the end of the plain in a daze. The black line stretched from the sky to the plain. It looked like a crack in the horizon, or it looked like the heaven and earth. Looking at it from afar, it was as thin as a gossamer. Up close, it was about the size of a thumb. The space near the black line was a hollow and curved vacuum zone. At the end of the black line, everything was crushed, including the space. The tilting power of the entire spiritual state came from this black line. Young Chinga covered her mouth with her jade-like hand, unable to express the shock in her heart. Just how outstanding do you have to be? Lin Chen had promised young Chinga that he would take her to see a scenery that only the spiritual state had. Now, he fulfilled his promise. It was a scenery that only the spiritual state had. The tilting of the continent and the twisting of the heaven and earth. Who could do such a thing in the history of the 9 states? Who could see such a scene? Everyone's shock was no less than young Chinga's. Almost everyone's mind went blank. I'm King convinced. I'm convinced. What the hell is wrong with his brain? Oh my God. How can he do such a thing? The 9 inheritors of the Saint Monument were convinced and gasped in amazement. We are witnessing history and the rise of a legend. A few 7th-level combat emperors exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts. Was he still King human? From messing with the Hun family, to being able to make medicine as many as 5 people, and to shaking the entire spiritual state. Even the masters at their level didn't dare to imagine what he had done, let alone the common people. However, he had done it again and again. Although Lin Chen wasn't a saint, he was more powerful than one. In the Jojo continent, the ultimate existences lurking in the dark or in other small planes suddenly opened their eyes and looked at the spiritual state in shock and curiosity. It's weird. The spiritual state is leaving the 9 states. Could it be an extraterrestrial disaster? Or was it the arrival of an ultimate saint? Even if the current 9 regions is less than 1/10 of the ancient times, it is still a medium-sized continental plate. How can it move so easily? I don't sense the presence of a saint. What happened in the spiritual state? Firmament Tower, main city number 10, a secret pavilion. The Tower Master was dealing with many things when he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the spiritual state. Are you kidding me? The spiritual state is collapsing. Could it be someone from the sacred boundary? But why are there no signs? The Tower Master flashed out of the Firmament Tower again. When he covered his eyes with his battle aura and saw the spiritual state through the endless void, he froze on the spot. So it's that brat Lin Chen. The Tower Master's scalp tingled with a shock that he hadn't experienced in 100,000 years, and he even cursed out loud. Mother ***, this is too crazy. He turned the entire spiritual state upside down. In the headquarters of the Bai family ***CK. How did this brat do it? Did he ask a saint for help? Even a saint can't move the spiritual state. The yellow-robed elder couldn't help but yell at the battle emperors in the headquarters. Are you ***King crazy? What's the point of doing this? Why must everyone in the spiritual state die? If the spiritual state left the Jojo continent, it would become a floating object under the starry sky. The disasters and energy torrents in the outer space would destroy the spiritual state, and all the creatures in the spiritual state would be destroyed. Even a saint couldn't protect such a huge continental plate under the starry sky. The only possibility was to run away from the spiritual state while there was still time. However, even if the battle emperors could escape, the Yuan Venerables and Heavenly Dipper realms under them might not be able to escape. Moreover, the spiritual state still had the resources of the 23 ancient families, so it was impossible for them to evacuate in such a short time. Once they escaped to other continents, they would lose the ancient resources left by their ancestors. It would be almost impossible for them to regain their former glory, not to mention that other masters would be eyeing them covetously. Without the resources of the ancient families, it wouldn't be that difficult to destroy them. So be it. If the spiritual state falls under your rule, it would be better for all of us to die. Lin Chen sneered. Just as Deputy Academy Master Shen Lianyun said, this was an unprecedentedly huge gamble. It was a gamble of the entire spiritual state. He wanted to force everyone in the Bi-family alliance to fight to the death without relying on the resources of the ancient families. He wanted to use his current strength. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, we'll fight in the innumerable spirit sea. Let's fight to the death. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. In fact, he was walking on the edge of a knife. If the Bi-family alliance chose to retreat, there would be no winner in this battle. In order to restore the spiritual state to its original state, Lin Chen needed a large number of battle emperors to work together. During this period, they couldn't fight. If the other party didn't accept the challenge, then the final result would be a lose-lose situation. Then I'll kill you first. The yellow-robed old man suddenly stretched out his hand. His palm was like a dragon that turned into a claw and crushed Lin Chen in all directions. Bang! Lin Chen's entire figure exploded into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. Many experts were stunned on the spot. The yellow-robed old man gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's just a clone. I couldn't even see through a clone. This kid is so strange. A day later, Lin Chen, who had been maintaining the Azure Dragon mirror image for a long time, opened his eyes and frowned. What's going on? I've searched many places but couldn't find Sister Ruoyon. Is she not in the spiritual state anymore? Or, thinking of a possibility, a murderous intent surged in Lin Chen's heart. I don't have time to continue searching. Even though I have the golden eyes and the eyes of 9 tribulations, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in the spiritual state. I'll go and meet up with the others. If Sister Ruoyon can get in touch with the others in the academy, maybe I can find some clues. Lin Chen stepped into the air, disappearing without a trace. In the innumerable spirit sea, the masters of the academy were all stunned when they saw the vertical black line. That black line, is it a spatial boundary point? Vice Principal Shen Lianyun's beautiful face was filled with shock. She didn't expect Lin Chen to be this crazy. Vice Principal, what is a spatial boundary point? Some of the less experienced Battle Emperor Realm Elders and Genius students asked curiously. Shen Lianyun's expression was solemn as she pondered. A spatial boundary point is a boundary point created by the compression of space between heaven and earth. Chapter 621. It said that only in the center of an extremely powerful energy explosion, the vacuum would be completely blown apart, and the space would be compressed to the extreme to create a space boundary point. In the ancient times, there was a fierce battle between saints in the innumerable spirit sea, and this space boundary point was created. The space boundary point was originally located in the sky above the innumerable spirit sea. It was the border between the spiritual state and the heavenly state, and it lacked resources, so it was desolate and uninhabited. Secondly, the space boundary point was extremely dangerous. If one got too close to it and got sucked in, even a battle emperor would die. Almost no one would get close to it because it was an infinitely distorted space that had been compressed to the extreme. Its internal space was unimaginably huge. At the same time, the power generated by the huge space distortion could even tear a battle emperor apart as easily as a thin piece of paper. I didn't expect this little guy to use this to move the spiritual state continent. But where did the power to move the continent come from? This space boundary point could collapse the spaceplane, but it couldn't topple the continent. Otherwise, the spiritual state continent would have long disappeared from the ancient times. Shen Lianyun was amazed and confused. Beside her, Director Xing suddenly spoke. It's because of the seawater. The elders also noticed this anomaly. The innumerable spirit sea had dried up, and it might have been sucked into the space boundary point. But the weight of the innumerable spirit sea alone isn't enough, and the sea level can't reach the original position of the space boundary point. Shen Lianyun was doubtful. She had noticed this anomaly long ago, but she couldn't connect it to the movement of the spiritual state continent. Suddenly, the head of the Yang family, Yang Fanhai, turned around and asked Shen Lianyun seriously. Dean Lianyun, what if it's the entire sea of the spiritual state? Hearing this, all the battle emperors felt like they were struck by lightning. Shen Lianyun froze on the spot. Boom tilde. With a sonic boom, Everyone in the academy moved and flew into the distant void. Yang Fanhai said seriously as he led the group in flight. When one cultivates to the peak of the heavenly Dipper realm, one can completely abstain from eating or drinking water. They only need to replenish their energy with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Even low-level warriors of the spirit channeling realm can absorb spiritual crystals to replenish their energy. Therefore, most people don't notice that the water source of the entire spiritual state has dried up. Even if they know, in the chaotic spiritual state, few masters will try to find out why the water source has dried up. Yang Fanhai's voice even trembled a little. No wonder when I returned to the spiritual state, almost 60% of its water source had been lost. I thought it was because of the war, but it turns out that all the rivers, and seas in the spiritual state all flowed into the innumerable spirit sea and were absorbed by the spatial boundary point. Sure enough, within 100,000 li of the academy, all of the rivers within their line of sight were cut off, and all of them converged towards a single path, which was the direction towards the 10,000 spirit sea. When everyone returned to the area of the innumerable spirit sea, they stared at the vertical black line that came out of the spatial boundary point and were shocked. That's right. You don't need a powerful force. As long as the seawater keeps pouring in and being continuously absorbed by the spatial boundary point, the weight will keep increasing. Moreover, the seawater can completely withstand the twisting force produced by the spatial boundary point. This is because the shape of water is not fixed, but flowing. Perhaps, it's the only thing that could be poured into the space boundary point besides battle chi. Yang Fanhai raised his head and looked at the vertical black line. His mind was in turmoil. Inside the thumb-sized black line was the water source of the entire spiritual state. The history of the spiritual state was more than 800,000 years old, but it could be traced back to millions of years ago. Even after the ancient battle between 100 saints, there were still many water sources on the continent, and 58% of the continent was seawater. Besides, the spiritual state also had powerful energy from the earth core. The deeper one went into the ground, the harder the space and rocks would be. They were so hard that even saints couldn't completely destroy them. This was the reason why the fake gods tried so hard to invade the Jojo continent. They could use the powerful energy from the earth core to heal their wounds, but the price was that the continental plate of the Jojo continent would become extremely fragile once it lost more energy from the earth core. Right now, more than 50% of the water sources were absorbed into the spatial boundary points, and the pressure and force generated by them were even more powerful than those of the Primeval Saint. However, they still couldn't break through the continental plate strengthened by the earth core. Therefore, when the unconventional hardness met the unconventional weight, the whole continental plate of the spiritual state would tilt to one side. This kid is indeed an unparalleled genius. No one has ever done this before or since. How did he come up with this idea? I think I heard someone say that I'm handsome behind me. The moment Yang Fanhai exclaimed, the young man's laughter echoed between the heavens and earth. Everyone turned around and saw Lin Chen standing in the air behind them. Shen Lianyun said with a smile, "You're back. You're finally back. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. I've sent the letter of challenge. In less than 3 days, this will be the place where the final battle will take place." Lin Chen cupped his fists. The seniors who had left the Heavenly Song Academy to explore the world and reached the Battle Emperor realm looked curiously at the only orange medal junior in the history of the academy. "Are you junior brother Lin Chen?" His presence seems to be much more powerful than ours. Did he really go to the headquarters of the Bai family to send the letter of challenge? While the students of the academy talked about Lin Chen, Xingzhon walked over with a solemn expression. "Little guy, I admit that your talent is unparalleled since ancient times. However, this method is too risky." Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. "Senior, it's obvious that if this continues, the war will last for decades. We don't have time to fight a protracted war. We have to decide the outcome of this battle, right?" Ever since Lin Chen made a mess of the Hun family, he knew that the fake gods of the Hun family wouldn't let him go. With their methods, it wouldn't be difficult for them to investigate his background. Since the Hun family directly came to the Tianju state last time, it was very likely that they had already entered the spiritual state. If the Hun family or other fake god families interfered in the war of the spiritual state, it wouldn't be a problem for them to conquer the Heavenly Song Academy. The spiritual state would become the territory of the bi-family alliance and become the puppet of the master behind the scenes. Okay, we're all on the same side. Now that the letter of challenge has been sent, there's no need to argue about this issue. It's okay to decide the outcome of this battle. However, Lin Chen, do you have the confidence to restore the spatial boundary point? You must know that if you don't have the confidence to restore it, it's meaningless even if we win the war. Shen Lianyun asked solemnly. Everyone quieted down. Yes, this was the most important issue. The spiritual state floating in outer space had no chance of survival. It wouldn't be long before it was annihilated by the endless natural disasters of the universe. Chapter 622. Facing everyone's gazes, Lin Chen nodded solemnly. I'm 100% sure. Don't worry. Our goal is to defeat the opponent. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. In fact, Lin Chen didn't tell them everything. If the opponent refused to accept the challenge, the 100% chance would be 0. Right, where are the people you brought with you? Shen Lianyun asked again. Lin Chen chuckled. I told them to hide. We'll pretend to be weak and catch them off guard. Everyone shook their heads and laughed. This kid still hasn't changed. After talking for a while, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the air and opened the system. System, I want to learn the 3-inch calamity. Learning the purple level low-grade combat skill 3-inch calamity will consume an estimated 2,650,000 intermediate technique essence. Does the host want to learn it? The 2 advanced purple tier battle skills that Lin Chen mastered were inherited from experts. This was his first time learning advanced purple tier battle skills from scratch. This attribute value made the corner of his mouth twitch a few times. If I didn't rob the Hun family, I wouldn't be able to learn a purple level advanced combat skill with all my technique essence. So King terrifying. System, I'm sure. Murmuring in his mind, he sent out the command. A huge amount of technique memories flooded into the bridge of mind. There might be a great battle coming up. Lin Chen wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. There was no time to waste. In the headquarters of the Bai family, many top combat emperors were looking at the stone tablet of declaration of war. They were both shocked and furious. This kid dared to declare war on the headquarters of the Bai family. He was too King arrogant. However, what made their scalps tingle was the fact that the spiritual state was about to collapse. This was so shocking that they barely recovered from the shock. I didn't expect this kid to come back so soon. Looks like we came to the right place. Dozens of powerful warriors of the Hun family looked cold and ruthless. Their killing intent was brewing. The woman in the white dress who was interested in the battle revealed a cold smile. Interesting. Looks like I have to go and meet him. She was Bai Ruoyan, the person who started the civil war in the spiritual state. Everyone, go and prepare. In 2 days, we will head to the 10,000 Spirit Sea and decide the outcome of the battle. Bai Ruoyan waved her hand, and all the experts accepted the order. People of the Hun family, follow the original plan. This kid is yours, and I only want the spiritual state. If you dare to betray me, I will show you my trump card. Bai Ruoyan glanced at the people from the Hun family. The latter's face was cold as he laughed sinisterly. Of course, it's a pleasure working with you. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the experts of the academy were either adjusting their states or preparing some life-threatening trump cards in advance. Everyone was waiting for this battle in their hearts. If it could be the final battle to end the long chaotic war, it couldn't be any better. If the battle continued, the spiritual state would be plunged into misery and suffering sooner or later. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and a wisp of heavenly tribulation battle chi flashed through them. Now that he had finished cultivating the 3-inch tribulation, it would become his next powerful trump card. The 3-inch tribulation has 3 layers of defense that can be activated with just a thought. Lin Chen glanced at the battle chi crystals in his meridians. They were like layers of gorgeous and exquisite coating. With just a thought, his strongest defense could be activated instantly. Ultimate restoration. With a faint purple brilliance circulating around his body, Lin Chen directly activated Ultimate Restoration to replenish the battle chi used to create the 1-inch tribulation defense. He turned his head and looked at the other side of the void. The void within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was filled with combat emperors of the Heavenly Song Academy and the Yang family. All the Yuan Venerables of the Heavenly Song Academy had left. Yuan Venerables could be considered the top experts of the spiritual state. However, this was a battle that would decide the fate of the spiritual state. Those below the Combat Emperor realm were not even qualified to participate. There were 33 Combat Emperors in the Yang family. Most of them were below the 5th level of the Combat Emperor realm, and 7 of them were above the 5th level. The strongest was an early 8th level Combat Emperor, and there was only one ancestor. As the Yang family was a family of fortune tellers, they often divined the heavenly secrets. Most of the combat emperors in the family were fortune tellers, and their lifespans were shorter than ordinary combat emperors. This was because the heavenly secrets were not easy to pry into, and there was a price to pay. Most fortune tellers usually had shorter lifespans. Secondly, there were 91 people in the Heavenly Song Academy. 10 of them were 7th level combat emperors, 4 8th level combat emperors, and only Shen Lianyun and Xingzhon were 9th level combat emperors. Lin Chen frowned. His doppelganger had personally visited the Bai family's headquarters, and he had a rough idea of their strength. There were at least 200 combat emperors. Moreover, the top experts of the other party had not yet arrived. The lineup of the academy was actually a little weaker than the Bai family's alliance. No matter how strong the Heavenly Song Academy's foundation was, it would be difficult for them to resist the alliance of all the ancient families in the spiritual state. The reason why they were able to persist for such a long time was largely related to Shen Lianyun. From Lin Chen's perspective, the vice principal, Shen Lianyun, was already at the peak of the Combat Emperor realm, the peak of the 9th level. It was precisely because of her existence that she was able to single-handedly deal with the majority of the enemy's high-level combat strength. Otherwise, with her cultivation base, as long as the enemy revealed a major flaw in the battle, she would only need a blink of an eye to kill any combat emperor below the 8th level of the Combat Emperor realm. It seems that the battle is still very difficult. Let's see how much my Godslayer talent can grow. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. He had asked the system about the calculation method of the Godslayer talent. The increase in strength was based on the overall strength. For example, Lin Chen's spiritual energy, battle chi cultivation, and pure strength increased by 10 times. Converted to the system's calculation, the overall strength increased by 30 times. So on and so forth. Lin Chen's fingertips unconsciously touched a storage ring. Inside this storage ring was his only 8th level sacred artifact, the Azure Moon. If the Godslayer talent was not enough, perhaps he should borrow its power. In this battle, he had no way to retreat. If he lost, he would die. Currently, he could solo an early 7th level combat emperor. In the middle 7th level, he still needed to borrow the power of his doppelganger. In the late 7th level, he could use his doppelganger to besiege him. As for the 8th level combat emperor and above, any one of them could threaten him. This time, he might have to borrow the power of the 8th level saber. Little guy, we're betting everything on your decision this time. The 8th level combat emperor of the Yang family turned his head and sighed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. Senior of the Yang family, don't worry. I, Lin Chen, will not easily do things that I am not confident in. As if he thought of something, Lin Chen took out a scroll and handed it to Shen Lianyun. He asked her, Vice Principal, I have been looking for an old friend for a long time, but I have not seen her. I wonder if you have any impression of her, or if you can let everyone in the academy see if there is any news about her. Shen Lianyun took the scroll and smiled sweetly. Old friend? Why haven't I heard you mention her before? Is she very important to you? The moment the scroll was opened, the beautiful woman in the white dress was drawn in the scroll. She was extraordinary and as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. However, when she saw this woman, Shen Lianyun was stunned. Chapter 623. That pitilessly beautiful face and the temperament of a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. There was no mistaking it. It was her, the culprit who started the war. She was actually this little guy's old friend? Yes, very important. Lin Chen nodded seriously. Shen Lianyun's expression turned ugly. She turned to Lin Chen and asked in disbelief, "Are you sure you are looking for her?" "Ah, yes. I have prepared this painting for a few days. Her temperament and appearance should be 80% similar. There are not many girls like her in the spiritual state. Moreover, she is a Yuan venerate. If the elders have seen her before, they should have some impression of her." Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Shen Lianyun smiled bitterly in her heart. She was not a Yuan venerate. She teamed up with many combat emperors and could fight me head-on. Shen Lianyun frowned. "What is your relationship with her?" "Ah, a very important relationship. Could it be that you have seen her before?" Lin Chen's sudden excitement made Shen Lianyun's heart tremble. Did this kid really not know her, or was he pretending not to know? Everyone in the spiritual state knew who she was. Moreover, didn't he just go to the Bai family's headquarters to issue a challenge? Did he not see her? She is the one who started this. Bang! The clouds shattered and the earth shook. The sea of clouds in the sky tore open 1,000 feet long spatial crack. Figures filled the sky and there were as many as 236 of them. All of them were combat emperors. Rumble. Within a radius of 5 million miles, the space was shaking violently, and the space was cracking faster and faster. The aura of the group of people in the lead shocked the Heavenly Song Academy's combat emperors. What's going on? How come they have 32 more combat emperors? All of them are 5th-level combat emperors and above. Where did they come from? The Yang family and the Heavenly Song Academy's experts were shaken to varying degrees. The other party's lineup was enough to change the balance of the battle. Don't panic. We also have reinforcements, but they are not here yet. Shen Lianyun secretly transmitted her voice to calm everyone down. Once their fighting spirit collapsed, the battle would be one-sided. Han family. The false god's lackeys. Lin Chen flew in front of the Heavenly Song Academy's experts with a murderous aura. They really did come. It's you. Lin Chen, very good. This old man thought you wouldn't dare to come back. In this world, those who dare to anger a true god won't be able to live in this world. Ha ha ha, I wanted to capture your lover and force you to show your face, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. It seemed that crippling those 2 women was unnecessary. Today, even if a god descends to the mortal world, he won't be able to save you. When the battle emperors of the Han family saw Lin Chen, they were enraged. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. As expected, it's you old dogs. Lin Chen's expression gradually turned cold, but the killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. If you dare to attack the people around me, I guarantee that you will regret ever being born. While Lin Chen's killing intent was surging, the 2 9th-level combat emperors in the lead directly grabbed Lin Chen with their palms. Battle chi burst out from the tip of their fingers and 10 red dragons danced in the air, fiercely pouncing towards Lin Chen. Bang! The red dragons turned into fragments of light, and a beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Chen. It was the vice principal, Shen Lianyun. The 2 old men's pupils trembled, and the cloaked old man snorted. As expected of the vice principal of the Heavenly Song Academy, you do have some skills. I didn't expect a legendary 9th-level combat emperor to exist in the barbarian land of the spiritual state. Shen Lianyun's attack shocked everyone. Even Lin Chen felt a lingering fear from the 9th-level combat emperor's aura. Heh, Shen Lianyun. Let's see how many of us you can stop this time. Another 2 9th-level combat emperors floated in the air, and Shen Lianyun frowned. Including the 2 old men from the Han family, there were 6 9th-level combat emperors in the Bai family alliance, 3 9th-level combat emperors in the middle stage, and 4 9th-level combat emperors in the early stage. The 4 of them were enough to stop Shen Lianyun. Any 9th-level combat emperor's mistake was enough to turn the tide of the battle. Why did the spatial boundary point of the innumerable spirit sea become like this? Hiss. What's going on inside the spatial boundary point? It turned into a line. When the combat emperors arrived outside the innumerable spirit sea and saw the black line, they were all shocked. It seems like this is the reason why the spiritual state is tilting. A ninth-level combat emperor from the Bi-Family Alliance frowned. He looked at the cloaked old man, and the latter nodded after pondering for a while. As long as you take down this kid for the Hun family, we can help you solve the problem of the spatial boundary point. If you can't, we can ask the true God to help us. The cloaked old man's words boosted the morale of the Bi-Family Alliance. A bunch of bastards who are dogs for the false god. It's good that you're here today. Including Manqing and Sister Yu Qi, I'll beat you all to death. Lin Chen suddenly shouted. The 7 types of heavenly tribulation battle aura released a pure murderous aura, as if an Azura had come to the world. 7 changes. Boom. The battle aura broke through the sky. Lin Chen's 7 types of heavenly tribulation battle aura turned into endless energy and merged into his body. His cultivation level temporarily stepped into the peak of the 4th level from the peak of the 3rd level. He was only 1 step away from the 5th level. Late 4th level? Ha ha ha. Don't tell me you're pinning your hopes on this trash of the late 4th level. Many experts from the Bi-Family Alliance sneered. What could a late 4th level combat emperor do? How could he hope to turn the tide with such strength? Only Bai Yun Sheng felt a bone-chilling fear in his heart. More than a year ago, this kid was still a Yuan Venerate. Although he could fight with him at that time, it was obvious that he had used some trump cards. But now, in just a little over a year, he had already far surpassed himself back then, and reached the late stage of the 4th level. Didn't this mean that he had used only a year to advance from the 5th level Yuan Venerate to the 3rd level Combat Emperor? This kind of talent was simply monstrous. Staring at the arrogant smile on Lin Chen's face, Bai Yun Sheng suddenly felt extremely uneasy. No. This technique to raise one's strength was not the technique he had used back then, the ultimate technique that can surpass the Yuan Venerate realm and the Combat Emperor realm? In an instant, Bai Yun Sheng was terrified. This kid was not someone who would let himself be taken advantage of. How could he rush back to the spiritual state when he had not even reached the 5th level Combat Emperor realm? What if he could use the ultimate technique that could surpass the gap between the Yuan Venerate realm and the Combat Emperor realm again? Don't worry, it's not over yet. This time, I won't let you down. Lin Chen laughed crazily and revealed his murderous intent. Then, he connected to the system. System, activate the God Slayer innate skill. System received. A total of 236 enemies have been detected who are hostile towards the host. All of them are combat emperors. 7 of them are 9th level combat emperors. Calculating the multiplier. God Slayer innate skill is activated. A world-shaking golden heavenly pattern flashed above Lin Chen's head. His aura exploded in a 10,000th of an instant. No. Disperse. The old ancestor of the Hun family, who was the leader, shouted. Rumble. Bang. An earth-shattering wave of battle chi burst out from Lin Chen. Even Shen Lianyun was pushed back. A powerful aura that could shatter the universe and shatter the space shot up to the sky and rose from Lin Chen's body. His short hair danced in the wind. Thousands of red rays of light flowed around his body. The battle chi that was as vast as the galaxy rotated around his body. His pupils seemed to have the sun and the moon rotating. The 9-colored battle chi fate wheel in his body rose rapidly. The spiritual bridge that spanned 100,000 feet above Lin Chen's head was entrenched. Countless spiritual storms appeared in his eyes. Bai Yun Sheng was shocked when he felt the domineering aura in Lin Chen's body. It was indeed the ultimate technique. It was coming. When he used this technique previously, he was able to fight against a late 2nd level combat emperor when he was not even at the 5th level of the Yuan Venerate realm. Now, he was a late 4th level combat emperor. What kind of level was he at? Bai Yun Sheng even felt his legs turn to jelly. He subconsciously retreated to the back of the group. He would never forget the fear that went deep into his soul. Chapter 624. The spiritual bridge above Lin Chen's head rose steadily and finally transformed into 3 spiritual illusionary images. They were more than 100,000 feet tall. The spiritual illusionary images were permeated with the ancient chant of silence. A slight spiritual wave could shatter the space. Every spiritual wave that was exposed from the side shot straight to the heavens, like a vast galaxy that shone through the ages. Finally, the spiritual illusionary images were absorbed into his spiritual sea. It was fine if they were motionless, but once they moved, the universe would collapse. The surging dragon force was like a dragon that could extinguish the world. It wandered in the sky and continued to burst out from Lin Chen's body. Every meridian of his seemed to contain tens of thousands of true dragon force. His strength rose sharply. Lin Chen's strength increased tenfold, 50-fold, 100-fold, 200-fold, 500-fold, and finally, it exceeded 1,000-fold. This was not a 1,000-fold increase in the Yuan Venerate realm, but a 1,000-fold increase in the Combat Emperor realm. Lin Chen, who was a 4th-level Combat Emperor, had a 1,000-fold increase in strength. What kind of concept was that? Lin Chen's pure strength, spiritual power, and battle chi cultivation had all undergone a heaven-defying growth and transformation. It was many times stronger than when he used the God Slayer innate skill at the Yuan Venerate realm, because this time, there were 236 Combat Emperors. There were even quite a number of 9th-level Combat Emperors. The strength and standard was not something that the 31 low-level Combat Emperors and 1,000 Yuan Venerates in the Firmament Tower could compare to. What kind of move is this? What a terrifying battle chi fluctuation. This kid's cultivation has soared from the 4th-level Combat Emperor to the 7th-level Combat Emperor. Every expert's eyebrows twitched and the corners of their mouths twitched, breaking through 4 major realms in the Combat Emperor realm. This kind of cultivation technique did not exist in this world. Lin Chen's Azura 9 Brilliance transformation could raise 4 minor realms in the Combat Emperor realm. 1 major realm was already at the peak. There should not be a second kind of cultivation technique in the 9 prefectures. In the Firmament Tower, it was priceless. Raising 4 major realms was something that could only happen in a dream, from spiritual energy to pure strength, and then to battle chi cultivation. His overall combat strength has soared by 1129 times. Lin Chen closed his eyes in a somewhat intoxicated manner. A heaven-shattering finger light that was tens of thousands of feet wide appeared out of nowhere, ruthlessly crushing towards Lin Chen and shattering the cloud. TSK. A pale blue beam of spiritual light shot out without warning, piercing through the energy finger and shattering it. Sneak attack. With a sneer on his face, Lin Chen sent out a mental wave towards the attacker. Bang! The withered hand swooped down like an eagle, crushing Lin Chen's mental fluctuations. Don't act rashly. This kid isn't that simple. The cloaked old man suddenly berated. The 8th-level middle-stage old man who wanted to launch a sneak attack revealed an expression of lingering fear. All the battle emperors from the academy were overjoyed. The current Lin Chen's aura was so terrifying that it was somewhat perverted. The pressure he gave everyone was second only to Vice Dean Shen Lianyun. Even Xing Zhon had a feeling that he was inferior to him. The members of the Hun clan increasingly felt that their decision to gather 70% of the Hun clan's experts to kill Lin Chen here was the best decision they had made. This kid's potential really made people feel a lingering fear. If he was given more time, how high could he reach? It was unimaginable. Looks like the Godslayer talent's 1129 times amplification is still based on my basic 3rd-level middle stage cultivation and 3.95 million dragon power. For example, Lin Chen's overall combat strength was 1,000, after activating the 7-fold transformation, it was 1,500. But the Godslayer talent's amplification was 1,129 times, which was 1,000 by 1129 plus 1,500, not 1,500 by 1129. 8th-level middle stage cultivation, peak middle stage ascension realm spiritual energy, 8.99 million dragon power. Lin Chen's expression was intoxicated. Only the Godslayer talent could allow him to break through 4 major realms at the late stage of the Combat Emperor realm. The feeling of becoming 100 or 1,000 times stronger in an instant was really addictive. 8.99 million dragon power didn't seem to have much of a difference from the original 5 million dragon power, but in fact, there was a difference of a few levels of destructive power. If Lin Chen, with his 5 million dragon energy points, could destroy 10 small mountains with a single punch, then with his 899,000 dragon energy points, he could destroy more than 20 small mountains with a single finger. Between the two, There was a completely different level of destructive power. Ultimate moment, clone, come out. Lin Chen's shoulders shook, and his body was surrounded by a dark green brilliance. 4 clones appeared, causing everyone's eyebrows to jump. When they saw that Lin Chen's clones were only at the late stage of the 4th level, they heaved a sigh of relief. If his clones were also at the 8th level Combat Emperor realm, they wouldn't be able to fight. The Godslayer talent is useless against clones, but at least it's comparable to 4 7th level Combat Emperors. As long as it's not at the late stage of the 7th level, it's still possible to fight. Holding the 5 Dragons Imperial Spear, Lin Chen pointed at the alliance between the Han family and the Bai family. The atmosphere of the entire place instantly became tense. Vice Principal, 7 9th level Combat Emperors, I'll take 3. Is that okay? Arrogant. As soon as he said that, the experts from the Bai family alliance and the Han family were burning with anger. This kid was simply too arrogant. Don't force yourself, there are still experts on the other side. Shen Lianyun said seriously. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. The two of them instantly turned into a ray of light. The experts from the Han family and the Bai family alliance roared. Han family, fight. Take Lin Chen's life at all cost. Boom. The overwhelming battle aura spread across the entire heaven and earth. Numerous figures instantly collided with each other, and the already tilted continental plates began to tremble more violently. The scene was extremely chaotic. More than 300 combat emperors were fighting in a chaotic battle. Within millions of miles, the sky and earth were turned upside down. Although the experts from the Heavenly Song Academy had a higher cultivation level than the Bai family alliance, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. The number of combat emperors on the other side was nearly twice that of the academy. Xing Zhon stared at Lin Chen and Shen Lianyun's direction with a frown. He wanted to step out to support the two of them. Rip tilde. A shadow blade slashed across the sky. Then, 2 palm strikes that were thousands of feet long were ruthless and ferocious, like the bite of a poisonous eagle. Roar tilde. Pulling out his lightning spear, Xing Zhon swung the spear. The spear struck out like lightning, turning into hundreds and thousands of lightning snakes, crushing the attacks from the 3 sides. He suddenly roared. Rascal, come out. He, as expected of the Heavenly Song Academy. There are so many experts here. Let the Han family have a taste of your skills today. Be careful, this person's spear technique is unusually sharp. 3 figures appeared in the sky, each occupying one side. They were the 2 Grand Elders from the Han family and a top expert from the Bai family alliance. 2 late-stage 8th level and 1 mid-stage 8th level. You want to stop me, Xing Zhon? Watch out for my spear. The 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle, and the Academy's top combat power was instantly tied down. In just one exchange, the Academy's side was at a disadvantage. They were suppressed by the opponent's numbers. Most importantly, the opponent's top combat power was at a stalemate. With the addition of the Han family, the number of 5th-level combat emperors increased by more than 10. If it wasn't for the addition of Lin Chen's 4 clones, the battle between the top and the middle would be extremely unbalanced. The 2 opposing families had a total of 12 8th-level combat emperors, and the academy only had 4. Xing Zhon fought 3 top 8th-level combat emperors alone, and the remaining 9 besieged the academy's 4 8th-level combat emperors. The top battle could only barely hold on, but according to the current situation, it wouldn't take long for the academy to suffer casualties. On the other side, the main battle circle was even more terrifying. Shen Lianyun fought against 4 alone. The 2 mid-stage 9th-level ancestors from the Han family and the 2 early-stage 9th-level ancestors from the Bai family alliance could only fight evenly with her. As for Lin Chen, he had single-handedly blocked the 3 ancestors of the Han family. Kai tilde boom tilde. The fist and the palm collided. Dark dragon patterns entwined around the arm. The cloaked old man took a few steps back and shouted in a low voice. Be careful, this kid's attack can penetrate the battle chi defense. Chapter 625. Swinging his blooded arm, Lin Chen frowned as he channeled the wood spirit essence technique. As expected of a mid-9th level combat emperor. Even in a head-on clash, he is still injured. The higher the combat emperor realm, the more terrifying each level was. Lin Chen, who was in the middle stage of the 8th rank, clashed head-on with the combat emperor, who was in the middle stage of the 9th rank. Even someone as strong as Lin Chen, who had 8.99 million dragon power points, would be injured. In the past, Lin Chen's ability to fight against those who were at a higher level than him had mostly lost its advantage in front of a 9th-level combat emperor. The speed of his movement technique, the grade of his weapon, and the support of pure strength were all the same to a 9th-level combat emperor. Brat, I am only one step away from the late 9th level. Other than your vice principal, I am the strongest person here. Otherwise, why would I be sent to deal with you? No one can save you today. Die. The cloaked old man exchanged glances, and the two people beside him instantly surrounded Lin Chen. Then let's see who can't hold on. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a murderous glint. With his mid-8th level cultivation, he could already use the last 20 moves of the 100 spear fighting emperor. 87th move, Dragon Shakes the Heavens. Lin Chen pulled the golden war spear, and the 5-colored dragon aura grew. A giant dragon of destruction appeared at the tip of the spear, and with a sweep, Dragon Shakes the Milky Way. What? The two of them were shocked. They waved the war hammers in their hands, and destroyed the demon statue of destruction. They worshipped the sky and smashed it. The other person drew out a sword, and in the blink of an eye, he stabbed dozens of times, forming a sword-light tornado. Kai tilde. Bang bang. The light of the spear exploded, and the radiance of the spear shone for eternity. The attacks from both sides tore the sky and the void for thousands of miles. The characteristic of penetrating runes allowed this attack to have a surplus of energy, and it forced the two early 9th-level combat emperors to retreat. The purple phoenix wings flapped, and with an instant flash, he stabbed the chest of the white-clothed old man. Boom! Like a cold ghost hand, the old palm reached for Lin Chen's throat, wanting to kill him in one strike. Get lost! With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's spiritual energy at the peak of the heavenly completion stage middle stage transformed into an azure fist, ferociously smashing out. The withered yellow palm merely paused for a moment, before ripping apart Lin Chen's spiritual energy fist light. Lin Chen counterattacked with his spear. With a loud explosion, the spatial crystal walls shattered. Lin Chen was forced back 1,000 steps, the blood in his body churning. The ghostly figure appeared behind Lin Chen again. He clenched his teeth and gripped the spear with both hands. The pure energy in his body erupted like millions of volcanoes, accumulating in his arms. The next moment, Lin Chen activated his Fire Calamity Battle body and stabbed forward violently. The surging Fire Calamity Battle chi condensed into tens of thousands of flames and burst out. Style 88, Brilliant World Annihilation. Rip tilde. An icy cold aura appeared in the sky, and a palm suddenly shook Lin Chen's Fire Calamity spearlight, causing the clouds to explode. With a grave expression, Lin Chen fiercely clenched his teeth. His figure, shrouded in a cold light, suddenly rushed towards him. Lin Chen once again brandished his spear. Bang! 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 Boom! Bang! The two sides collided violently. Like two divine lights, they fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the void. Wherever they passed, the airflow was crushed, and the falling crystal walls were easily shattered like tofu. The Han family's patriarch's hand was like a dragon eagle. From tearing to capturing, from capturing to attacking, he attacked Lin Chen's ears, heart, eyes, and lower abdomen. All of them were fatal. Lin Chen, who was rapidly retreating, suddenly waved his battle spear and stabbed 4 times in a row. He turned around and swept his spear to block the patriarch's claw. At the same time, his pure strength was like an 8 wastelands barbaric dragon. He fiercely struck at the patriarch's head. The patriarch's palm stretched out like an eagle and directly caught Lin Chen's star-shaking punch. The patriarch's palm flashed and rotated, dissipating 80% of Lin Chen's strength. This cultivation technique was extremely strange. But to his surprise, every move of Lin Chen's had a penetrating characteristic. 25% of the punch's power still penetrated his body and exploded. Bang! The moment the penetrating characteristic's power exploded, both sides retreated. Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding. In just a few breaths, He had exchanged more than 100 moves with his opponent. Demonic Finger. Road to the Underworld. The Patriarch's sword pointed to the sky and attacked Lin Chen. Everywhere it passed, it turned into a gloomy underworld, and a deathly aura overflowed. At the intersection of the underworld, there was a deep and cold sword light. Beside the underworld, there was an energy finger with a vast demonic aura. It covered the sky, as if the demonic lord had descended. World Annihilation. The spear swept across the starry river in all directions. It was the 88th style, World Annihilation. The Fire Calamity spear light swept across the sky like an illusory dragon, crushing the two's attack. The purple phoenix wings flapped. Lin Chen stepped on the moonlight and appeared. He spun the battle spear in his palm and smashed it at the Patriarch's head. The Patriarch's reaction was extremely fast. The sword in his hand blocked horizontally, and the spear and sword clashed. Countless sparks flew. The battle spear spun rapidly. When the sword was knocked away, Lin Chen's spear stab. 86 style, Azura's Wrath. The Thousand Wrath Thunder Spear's Dark Calamity, Thunder Calamity, and Golden Gang Chi rampaged. Its sharpness soared to the sky. When it was unstoppable, it was mixed with a frenzy that could devour everything. This spear made the Patriarch's hair stand on end. When the Patriarch's sword was stabbed, he activated a defensive battle technique. Kai tilde. Bang. Bang. Half of the spear light was scattered by the sword light. The remaining power blasted through the Patriarch's icefire shield, penetrated his defensive armor, and pierced through his body. It blasted him thousands of miles away. Fatal Bloodthirst has been successfully activated. 6,950 talent points have been consumed. 25% of the damage dealt has been healed. Almost at the same time, two figures appeared behind Lin Chen like phantoms. They attacked him with a fatal battle technique. 1,000 Nether Heaven Destroying Hand. 7-star Finger. Lin Chen clenched his teeth and squeezed out all of his battle chi. He spun the spear rapidly, forming a rotating spear wind that emitted a 5-colored light. 89th style, 1,000 Heaven Transformation. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion shook the entire sky. The 100 Spear Fighting Emperor's 89th style was a defensive battle technique. Although it was very advanced, it was not in the domain of the charging rune. Because it was not an offensive battle technique, it was much less powerful. Kai tilde. The 5-colored spear wheel was broken. Lin Chen's mouth was bleeding. He suddenly activated the brilliant energy hidden in his meridians. 3 inches Calamity. Lin Chen's body was instantly covered with 3 layers of extremely faint energy coating. Immediately after, he was hit by the aftershock of the attack. Bang! The aftershock of the battle chi exploded on the surface of Lin Chen's body. He was blasted away by the attack and fell to the ground like a meteor. Boom tilde. Lin Chen, who fell to the ground, shattered the earth's veins and lifted the foundation on both sides. It was a shocking sight. Damn, I almost died. I was hit by that attack just now. Even if I don't die, I won't be able to stand up. Lin Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground. His expression was unusually serious. This was the first time he was suppressed by an enemy since he used the God Slayer innate skill. In the past 2 times, he was always the one who suppressed his opponent. This time, it was completely different. His opponents were a total of 3 9th-level combat emperors. Opponents of this level did not even give Lin Chen a chance to fight. As long as there was a slight chance, they would use all their strength to kill him. Even with the prediction of the King Tong twins, he might not be able to react in time. To be able to become a 9th-level combat emperor, every one of them had heaven-defying luck, super talent, and outstanding wisdom. All of their qualifications were at the top of the continent. Not to mention that they were old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years. Looking at the Jojo continent, the number of 9th-level combat emperors was extremely small. Every one of them stood at the peak of the continent. If Lin Chen had not offended the fake gods of the Han family, these old ancestors of the Han family would be in seclusion or carrying out the most confidential mission of the Han family. It would be impossible to meet them. Chapter 626. Lin Chen was fighting against 3 people at the same time. He was barely able to defend himself. It was extremely difficult for him to kill them. The most terrifying thing was that 2 of the 3 9th-level combat emperors were the old ancestors of the Han family. They were determined to kill Lin Chen at all cost. 2 9th-level combat emperors who were determined to kill him at all costs. They were even more terrifying than the experts of the same level. It's not enough to rely on the God Slayer innate skill. I need to reach a higher level. Lin Chen's eyes were flashing with madness and turbulence. He was being suppressed like this. There was no chance for him to fight back. This kid's combat experience is not inferior to the old monsters that we have fought before. The other white-clothed combat emperor returned. Although he was slightly injured by Lin Chen's attack, he still had the strength to fight. Attack him with all your might. Don't give him a chance to breathe. That secret technique of his won't last long. I don't believe that he can maintain his best condition. The 3 of them stood side by side. The cloaked old man said in a deep voice. They were determined to kill Lin Chen. If she joins the fight, we will definitely be able to take down this kid in a short time. The cloaked old man glanced at a certain direction and sighed in his heart. The other party still didn't trust the Han family. They were always on guard against them. Rumble tilde. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the southeast. A group of people and 2 azure dragons flapping their purple phoenix wings charged into the battle aggressively. What? The cloaked old man was shocked. With his cultivation, he could feel that the 39 people who came out of nowhere were extremely powerful. They were powerful enough to affect the entire battle. Damn, you guys are too slow. Why are you guys only here now? If you guys don't arrive soon, my people will be finished. Lin Chen laughed heartily. His battle chi shook the sky. Master Lin Chen, your request has been completed. All the people around the spiritual state have been safely evacuated. The late 7th-level combat emperor in front of the group laughed. Hey! What a powerful aura. This kid is indeed a celestial being. The gazes of the Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor Jing Yu suddenly converged onto Lin Chen. They were able to sense that Lin Chen was more than a few times more terrifying than before. No wonder he dared to return to the spiritual state and change the war situation. He still has trump cards. With their discerning gazes, they were naturally able to discern that merely Lin Chen's current cultivation in battle chi wasn't inferior to them, not to mention his body refinement strength that was comparable to the advanced stage of the 8th level. They had witnessed Lin Chen's battle prowess, which far surpassed those of the same level. With his current overall strength, he could at least fight against a 9th-level combat emperor. Even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be a match for him. Ha ha ha. Let's see how powerful the emperors of the spiritual state are. Many of the combat emperors laughed out loud. They all turned into rays of light and joined the battle. The combat emperors of the Yang family and the academy were even more excited. They didn't expect Lin Chen to bring back so many strong warriors. There were 10 5th-level combat emperors, 10 6th-level combat emperors, 8 7th-level combat emperors, and 2 8th-level combat emperors, all of whom were extremely powerful. As for the young inheritors of the Saint Monument, their battle prowess was also extraordinary. Each of them had the strength of a 5th-level combat emperor. Jing Yu and Fang Ling seemed to have a telepathic connection. The 2 of them were millions of miles away from Lin Chen, but with just a glance, both of them understood each other's intentions. The 2 of them immediately turned around and charged towards the highest point of the battle. The expressions of the 8th-level combat emperors of the Han family and the Bai family changed abruptly. Fang Ling, Jing Yu, it's the 2 of you who don't care about your lives. A supreme elder of the Han family recognized the 2 of them. The 2 combat emperors, who had always been indifferent, actually burst into a hearty laughter. Hounds of the Han family? Ha ha ha. Good timing. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain from this trip. Hounds of fake gods like you. Good timing. Today, I, Fang Ling, would like to see what abilities you have to interfere with the situation of the spiritual state. Take my sword. Clang. The saber and sword were unsheathed, and the dragon roared. When the 2 8th-level combat emperors, Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor, joined the battle, the situation of the battle instantly changed. The 9 8th level combat emperors in the alliance of the Hun family and the Bai family instantly had to send out 5 people to deal with the 2 of them. The situation of the battle instantly stabilized. The 4 8th level combat emperors from the academy and the Yang family looked at the 2 of them with gratitude. Now, it was back to 4 against 4. Instead, the academy had the upper hand. Fang Ling and Jing Yu were old rivals who had fought for countless years. They were the best opponents and also the best partners. Their sword and saber techniques complemented each other perfectly. In addition, the saber emperor and the sword emperor were already stronger than their peers. Even the top 8th level combat emperors went to stop Xingzhon. Among the 5 people who went to stop the 2 of them, only 2 of them were 8th level combat emperors. This battle set off an earth-shattering momentum. The battle between the saber and sword emperors had become the most terrifying battle, second only to the 3 major battles. The situation was reversed in an instant. From the beginning, the Bai family and the Hun family were suppressing the 2 families, but now, they were evenly matched. There were even signs that the academy was suppressing the Hun family and the Bai family's alliance. One side had 236 combat emperors and the other side had 124 combat emperors. Now, with the addition of the experts that Lin Chen had summoned, there were 163 combat emperors. Most importantly, these 39 combat emperors were the elites of the elites. Each of them could fight against a 5th level combat emperor. Moreover, there were Long Kuan and Lin Chen's Dragon Emperor, as well as his 4 great clones. Each of his clones was extremely strong. With the addition of reinforcements, the pressure on the clones was greatly reduced. They could try to help the combat emperors who were suppressed by the number of people, including Long Kuan, the Dragon Emperor and the 4 great clones. There were 169 combat emperors on the academy's side. Damn it. I didn't expect this kid to have such a trick up his sleeve. The ancestor Qingyi from the Bai family's alliance was flustered and exasperated. Just as he was about to move, the ancestor of the Hun family shouted, "Wait a minute. Don't panic. Although this kid's reinforcements are strong, they are not strong enough to overwhelm us. The current situation is only balanced. As long as you assist us in taking down this kid, any one of us can reverse the situation." Hearing this, the ancestor Qingyi calmed down and turned his gaze to Lin Chen. The white-robed old man swallowed a pill and his injuries gradually healed. The cloaked old man took off his black cloak. His face was skinny and there was still a hideous centipede-like scar on the left side of his face. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. This old man should pay a price to take you down by force. Those who have seen my ultimate skill are all dead. Today, you are no exception." Han Zhongsheng sneered. Lin Chen smiled coldly and said sternly, "Don't worry. From now on, let's see who will fall first." Lin Chen gripped the 5 Dragons' Imperial Spear tightly and continued to use Ultimate Moment and Ultimate Restoration. His shoulders shook and a pure and terrifying killing aura shattered the surrounding space. It was as if he was shaking the sun and the moon. The 3 of them suddenly scattered. Lin Chen swung his spear. His dragon force was like millions of dragons flying in the sky. His arms roared with dragon force that roared in all directions. Calamity battle aura surged and condensed at the tip of the spear. He slashed down fiercely. 90 style, Azura slashes the sun and moon. Lightning surrounded the spear. Fire Calamity was like a dragon. Finally, it condensed at the Calamity battle aura. The 5-colored dragon spear split open the 100,000 feet long river of dragon patterns and attacked the 3 of them. Chapter 627. The 5-colored dragon spear slashed apart the 100,000 Zhong long dragon mark Milky Way with endless spear light. The battle chi surged for thousands of li. Overlord sword, slash. 100,000 Zhong long energy sword appeared. It was burning with battle chi flames. The white-robed war emperor slashed and split the clouds apart. Living beings burying devil statue. Han Zhongtian's hand seals changed. Countless chains wrapped around Han Zhongtian's body and he turned into a cold devil statue. With a flick of his finger, his psyche and battle chi condensed into a purple light pillar that crossed the sky. Dark Wolf Devour. A heaven-devouring blood wolf pounced towards Lin Chen. Its speed was extremely fast and it crashed into Lin Chen's spear light. Even though Lin Chen was in his God Slayer and Ultimate Moment state and had activated 2 offensive talismans, he was still blasted away by the 3 9th level Combat Emperor. The 3's attacks tore apart Lin Chen's spear light and they continued to attack Lin Chen. 9th level Combat Emperors also had advanced purple rank combat techniques. Even though it was far inferior to Lin Chen's advanced purple rank high-level 100 Spears Fighting Emperor, its power was still not to be underestimated. This was the toughness of this level. Their foundation was not inferior to Lin Chen's. If one move doesn't work, I'll use 2. Lin Chen's 9 Calamity Battle Chi had already accumulated power and was ready to attack. Before the 3 types of Battle Chi could recover, he immediately used the other 3 types. 91 Blood Azura. Lin Chen's chi and blood burned fiercely. The pure power that could destroy the world condensed in his hand and exploded. This 91 move was a temporary super strong attack by burning chi and blood. He raised his spear and slashed furiously. The tip of the spear swept across the land and split a section of bloodlight. The water calamity battle chi condensed in his body was like a wild dragon emerging from the sea. When the chi of aged gold circulated, it was indestructible. At the center of the bloodlight was a dark calamity battle chi that could devour everything. Wherever it passed, the space was distorted and everything was sucked dry. Bang! The bloodlight shattered the aftershock of the 3 9th level Combat Emperor's attacks, causing their chi to soar to the sky. As their battle chi surged, another wave of attacks. Blood Moon Killing Emperor. 13 Heaven Ascending Sword Slash. Evil Dragon Howl Ultimate Convergence. Style 92, Azura's 9 slashes. The 9 spears were swiftly brandished, forming 9 layers of heaven. One spear was a layer of heaven. Myriad Stars Mirror. Starlight flickered on the ancient mirror, illuminating the heaven and earth for all eternity. It was as if a world-destroying beam of light had been shot out. 10 Dragon Absolute, Star Dragon. The azure dragon, whose body was adorned with stars, was vivid and lifelike, commanding the winds and cloud. Icy Breath Cold Moon Arrow. The half-moon bow, the Ice Heaven Arrow, when the bowstring was fully drawn and shot out, it froze mountains and rivers for thousands of miles as it rumbled towards Lin Chen. Style 93, Sky Slash, Sky Slash. Lin Chen was like an Azura war god that had descended. His body was bathed in blood as he brandished the 5 dragons' imperial spear 10 times in a row. Every strike had the power to split the heavens and earth apart. Facing 3 9th level combat emperors head-on, even so, Lin Chen's attack was still broken. His eyes were flashing with hysterical madness and turbulence. Boundless battle intent surged. If 1 strike was not enough, then 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 10 strikes. Fight. 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 The boundless battle intent that shook the 9 heavens turned into killing intent and rose rapidly from Lin Chen's body, causing the surrounding experts to retreat. This was the pure killing intent of the Azura clan. How could it appear on Lin Chen's body? Style 94, Azura exterminating the world. The 9 calamity body was activated, and the golden pupil's twin found the weakest point of the remaining attack. Lin Chen suddenly brandished his spear like a dragon. Boundless killing intent, anger, and battle intent condensed into a peerless attack, like a meteor falling to the earth. It fiercely pierced through the attacks of the 3 9th level combat emperors. Fire Luo covers the stars. 3,000 swords of eternal night. Devil Emperor controls the heavens and earth. Style 95, glorious destruction. Bang. Bang. Boom. Kai. Rip. An unprecedented earth-shattering battle broke out from the 4 of them. Unstoppable, unstoppable. The 4 of them fought all the way from the sky to the continental plate. The sky cracked, the earth collapsed, and countless abysses were torn open. Lin Chen's aura was like a madman. He continuously used the ultimate origin restoration and attacked violently. The murderous aura that he cultivated from the 100 Emperor's Palace had reached its peak. Within a radius of 1,000,000 miles, everyone fled as if they had gone mad. Even the battle between Shun Lianyun and the 4 9th level combat emperors was affected and stopped for a while. No matter if it was the 9th level combat emperor or the 1st level combat emperor, they were all looking at the four of them with shock. This was simply a desperate fight. Putting aside the ancestor Qingyi of the Bai family's alliance, the two ancestors of the Han family were definitely fighting with their lives on the line. They were determined to take Lin Chen's life and had no intention of holding back. Every move they made was filled with murderous intent. Lin Chen was also risking his life, perhaps even more so. This kid is actually so strong. Even Han Zongsheng has used his trump card. The two middle 9th level combat emperors of the Han family who were delaying Shen Lianyun earlier were shocked. Han Zongsheng was second only to ancestor Kai Xiao among the four ancestors of the Han family. He was the strongest below the late 9th level combat emperors. Not only was Lin Chen able to fight with him to such an extent, he was also able to force the other two to use their trump cards. Such combat strength was far beyond their expectations. What a terrifying strength. His strength is far beyond the two of us. Fang Ling and Jing Yu's battle was affected by Lin Chen's battle and was forcefully dispersed. Their eyes were filled with unprecedented astonishment. Both sides were shocked by Lin Chen's combat strength. This young man was simply a monster that had never existed in the history of the 9 prefectures. They were fighting like crazy. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Whether it was Lin Chen or the 3 9th level combat emperors, all of them were using all their trump card. It was truly a world-shaking battle that was going crazy. Prince Lin Chen is really the fortune of the 9 prefectures. If he is a descendant of a fake god, I can't imagine that we would have to face such an opponent. The white-clothed young master waved his sleeve and forced a 4th level combat emperor back. When he looked at the void millions of miles away, he was shocked and frightened. Damn it, I thought I could fight with him with my cultivation base. Now it seems like I can't even fight with him. He can crush me to death with just a finger. The young man with the red axe who was delaying the 2 4th level combat emperors couldn't help but curse. He fought 3 9th level combat emperors alone and turned the world upside down. He was on a completely different level from them. No one in the younger generation of the 9 prefectures can surpass him. The cold black-clothed swordsman evaluated Lin Chen with few words. He didn't even try to hide the shock in his eyes. After countless rounds of fighting, the two sides quickly separated after colliding and each took a side. The three of them were injured, but Han Zongsheng was only slightly injured. The white-clothed old ancestor, who was the most seriously injured, only lost an arm. Compared to the three of them, Lin Chen's injuries were more terrifying. He was bathed in blood and his eyes were cold. His right arm that was holding the spear was dripping with blood. There were 3 sword marks on his right leg and a claw mark on his chest. The golden-threaded silver emperor armor was already 70% broken. There were also a few shocking bloody holes on his left shoulder. The blood of the combat emperor kept flowing down from his head. The purple phoenix wings on his back had more than 10 cracks and were covered in blood. If it wasn't for the fatal bloodthirst talent, Lin Chen's injuries would be even more serious. A dead end. Compared to the trio's injuries, Lin Chen's condition had truly been forced to a dead end. Chapter 628. There was no one around who could help him. Lin Chen could only rely on himself to break through this predicament. It was extremely difficult to fight a battle of attrition with 3 9th level combat emperors. Even if he had the ultimate restoration, his body did not have the capital to allow him to continue fighting. On the other side, Han Zongsheng and the other two were equally shocked. During the battle with Lin Chen, the three of them had used a total of 8 superior purple rank combat skills and 3 superior purple rank combat skills. Yet, they still could not defeat him. They had never seen such a terrifying 8th level combat emperor. To be able to fight with them to this extent. He even counterattacked and caused some minor injuries to the three of them. What a monstrous kid. If we let you grow, you will definitely become a great enemy of the Han family. If it wasn't for the help of the Han family, this kid would have turned the tide today. I alone can't stop this madman. Ancestor Qingyi and Han Zongsheng each had their own ulterior motives. However, their goal was still the same. Lin Chen gasped for breath, and the piercingly cold killing intent in his eyes lessened a little. The difference in cultivation is too big. Even if I have the advantage of the two major offensive runes and the ultimate moment mental cultivation method and skill, coupled with the help of my mental strength and pure strength, the burden of fighting 1 against 3 is still too great. If this continues, I will be exhausted to death. In the previous battle, Lin Chen did not use the level 5 delaying rune. The amount of rune energy needed to seal a 9th level combat emperor's movement was too terrifying. Lin Chen did not dare to use it easily, because it was 1 against 3, even if he could seal one of them, the other 2 could still come over to support him. Should he use all the rune energy to seal the 3 9th level combat emperors? Lin Chen did not dare to take the risk. If Lin Chen was unable to kill more than 2 opponents due to the depletion of the rune's energy, he would only be able to face 1 9th level combat emperor without the support of the charge and penetration runes. At that time, he would really be at the end of the road. It was fine if he did not use the delaying rune. But once he used it, he must kill the enemy. Shun Lianyun's body flashed and turned into a stream of light, jumping through the air to assist Lin Chen. Boom! The sword radiance slashed vertically, dividing heaven and earth, intercepting the space near Shun Lianyun. She clenched her silver teeth, flipped her jade-like hand, and smashed the sword radiance, but her own movement was delayed. You don't have a chance to become the vice principal of Heavenly Song Academy. Of course, if you want to risk your life and break out of the encirclement with us, you might be able to do it. The 2 ancestors of the Han family laughed sinisterly and surrounded her from both sides. The 2 ancestors of the Bai family alliance also stood behind her. Shun Lianyun didn't panic. Right now, she was the only one who could hold back the 4 top combatants. If he lost his reason and really risked his life to break out of the encirclement and got injured because of it, the following battles would be extremely difficult, and it was even possible that he would lose because of it. Little guy, I can only rely on you. Lin Chen glanced at the system and saw that he still had 5.75 million rune energy left. He let out a sigh of relief and put away the 5 dragons' imperial spear. Seeing this, the 3 battle emperors prepared themselves for battle and quickly guarded their surroundings. This kid was not the type who would obediently allow himself to be captured. Before Lin Chen's life was cut off, they would absolutely not relax. If even the last 20 moves of the 100 spear fighting emperor are useless, then I can only exchange my life for his. Rumble. A bright moon with a faint blue glow shot into the sky. Its sharpness could shake the heavens and turn the world upside down. All the strong cultivators present were shocked. Clang. Lin Chen was holding an ancient bronze saber case. When the case was opened, an azure saber appeared out of nowhere. The saber was inlaid with a bright moon, and it shone with a brilliant holy aura. A top-grade 7th-tier weapon? No. It's not that simple. Han Zhangsheng was horrified, and he quickly retreated. Even he had never seen a top-grade 7th-tier weapon before. There were only a few in the entire land of 9 states. However, at this moment, the azure saber that had appeared gave him a feeling of destruction. Only those super-strong cultivators who had received the inheritance of the world-suppressing sacred tablet narrowed their eyes. Among them, there were only a few who had truly seen the power of a sacred weapon. What kind of joke is this? Is he going to use that saber? Impossible. Even if he's an 8th-level combat emperor, that saber isn't something an ordinary person can wield. All the super-strong cultivators gasped. Only the lady with a purple veil stared at Lin Chen with her beautiful eyes. The saber is azure and the moon shines brightly. It's the saber of the saber saint, Li Changsheng, the azure moon. So, Prince Lin Chen has received the inheritance of the saber saint. No wonder there was a strange phenomenon of the saber saint splitting the sky that day. The lady murmured softly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Chen grabbed the azure moon. Buzz. The saber hummed softly, and a wave of saber energy surged out. With a loud boom, it split the earth veins and split the earth. Hiss. All the strong cultivators gasped in shock. A casual saber strike was not inferior to an early 8th-level combat emperor's attack. What kind of saber is that? Old Yu, what do you think? Fang Ling suddenly transmitted his voice to Jingyu. Jingyu glanced at Lin Chen coldly and said in a serious tone, "It should be a saber that surpasses the 7th grade. It has the power of a saint. However, although the saber isn't damaged, the saber aura has been damaged. It should be a damaged 8th grade saber. However, even if it's an 8th grade saber, it's impossible for me to wield it. This grade has already exceeded the range of a combat emperor, Jingyu said with certainty. In his heart, there was a trace of worry. No one here could wield this saber. Lin Chen held the saber. The azure moon trembled violently, and the saber aura was unstoppable. It was as if it could slash at Lin Chen at any time. Quiet, quiet. I just want to borrow your strength. I don't mean you any harm. With a thought, Lin Chen connected with the azure bright moon saber and the mark that he had planted with his own blood essence. In the end, the azure moon no longer resisted Lin Chen. Its brilliance shone and turned into a simple and unadorned azure battle saber. However, it still had a trace of rejection. An 8th grade saint weapon had already begun to have a spirit. Even though it was damaged, it still didn't completely submit to Lin Chen. As a result, Lin Chen couldn't wield it perfectly. Lin Chen couldn't suppress the ecstasy in his heart. Although this saber didn't completely submit to him, its flowing sharpness made him feel a bone-deep fear with just a slight slash. It's under control. The combat emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. With this saint weapon, this kid's difficulty level had increased exponentially. Calm down. Don't panic. That's just an incomplete saint weapon. Moreover, this isn't something a combat emperor can wield. Even if he manages to wield it, he won't be able to hold on for long. It'll backfire on him sooner or later. Han Zhangsheng calmed the two beside him with a single sentence. He smiled sinisterly. We just need to wait until he can't hold on any longer. When that time comes, he won't be able to fight anymore. We just need to exhaust him to death. Chapter 629. Old dogs of the Han family, have a taste of this. The moment he activated the water calamity body, Lin Chen circulated the special meridian route with the azure moon in his hand, and the azure moon suddenly throbbed with a gentle hum. It was just too familiar with this feeling. Its master had used this technique to slay all the heroes of the world, all the demons and monsters, and all the demons in the world. It had transformed into a moon that illuminated the ages. It had been silent for countless years. Now, it was about to shine with the same light once more. At this moment, the azure moon no longer rejected Lin Chen. It was as if it had become one with him, bright moon's mirror of attack. Lin Chen wielded the azure moon with both hands. The moment he attacked, the azure moon no longer rejected him. He swung his saber horizontally, and the blade cut through the snowy saber flash that was as clear as a mirror. Faint water calamity battle chi flowed through the saber flash, and it spun rapidly as it shot towards the three of them. Mirror of attack. With the support of the saber and the water calamity mirror, the attack unleashed by the azure moon could be said to be flawless and perfect. From afar, it looked like a moon-shaped mirror was flying towards the three of them. Don't be afraid. Take it head-on, Han Zhangsheng suddenly bellowed. He extended his hand with lightning speed, and tens of thousands of battle chi chains condensed into a huge energy palm. It was over 1,000 acres in size, and it smashed into the azure moon's mirror. The white-robed ancestor and the azure-robed old man gritted their teeth. Their battle chi condensed into a huge river. They extended their fingers and stabbed out with their swords. Rumble. Bang. The azure moon's mirror trembled, and the water calamity saber chi overflowed. Under the spinning slash, all three of their attacks were repelled in just a breath's time. The azure moon's mirror continued towards Han Zhangsheng. What is this battle skill? Defend. Endless battle chi transformed into battle chi chains that shot out from Han Zhangsheng's body. In the end, they condensed into skeletal armor, which was struck by his own energy palm. Then, the azure moon's mirror slashed down, and the skeletal armor suddenly exploded. The other two were forced back by their own attacks. Their eyes were filled with shock. They had never seen or heard of such a profound battle technique. Bright Mirror Moon was not an invincible technique. The attack mirror could only reflect a portion of the power when facing attacks of the same or higher level. It could not reflect all of the power, and it would consume the attack mirror's energy. Phut tilde. Han Zhongsheng vomited blood as he fell from the sky in a horrible state. A large number of attribute light balls rolled out, but they were all non-growth type attributes. Fatal Bloodthirst has been successfully activated. Healed 26% of the actual damage dealt. Lin Chen's injuries recovered slightly. A portion of Han Zhongsheng's vitality had been taken away. Lin Chen was ecstatic. He didn't expect this strike to be so perfect. Azure Bright Moon actually cooperated with him at the last moment. This allowed the power of the mirror of attack to approach the most perfect attack at his current stage. Again, attack the light. Lin Chen swung his blade at Han Zhongsheng again. An extremely faint lunar inscription suddenly flew out. The two of them appeared in front of Han Zhongsheng in a flash and swung their fists into the air. The old man in white raised his sword and swung it down. Then, he slashed horizontally at the waist. His swordsmanship was like a tide. Hiss tilde. Bang. Bang. A series of energy explosions swept up an energy storm that covered 500 kilometers. The aftershock tore through the spatial crystal walls within 5,000 kilometers. The two of them were sent flying by Lin Chen's strike. Lin Chen took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. With a stomp of his feet, the damaged purple phoenix wings flashed as he rushed to the other side. With the activation of the Golden Eye's twin life, his blade was like a river of stars in reverse as it violently slashed horizontally at the two. Moon of speed. The world seemed to be enveloped by moonlight for an instant, but it also seemed to vanish in an instant. It did not leave behind any amazement. Instead, it brought about silence and destruction. Only the few experts at the 8th heaven tier or above present could understand the terror of this strike. They would occasionally look in Lin Chen's direction with horrified gazes. The war emperors who had no idea what was going on did not even have the right to know about the moon of speed. However, the two of them were still alive. The person standing before them was Han Zhongsheng. His old hand was holding a jade-green snake staff. The snake staff was completely jade-green with a tinge of black. It flicked its tongue at Lin Chen's azure moon, as if it was a living thing. The devil snake staff. I never thought Han Zhongsheng would even be forced to use this trump card. The other two ancestors of the Han family gasped slightly. This was one of the few peak class 7 low-quality battle artifacts of their Han family. Only Han Zhongsheng, the expert of the Han family present, possessed a battle artifact of this level. Brat, I never thought you'd force me to this extent. Han Zhongsheng swung the devil snake staff gently. It did not seem to be very powerful, but over a dozen ripples spread out towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen swung the azure moon in his hand, and a water tribulation saber chi obliterated the black ripples. Han Zhongsheng's expression became hysterical and hideous. You've even forced me to use the devil snake staff. You can die a worthy death. Rumble. The battle artifact was chilling and pitch black. Over a dozen black snakes surged out from the devil snake staff and surrounded Lin Chen with lightning speed. They lunged towards him. Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. Under the observation of the gold-eyed twins, the black snakes were extremely venomous. Even a scratch would poison them. Bright moon, mirror of protection. The sky was filled with layers and layers of azure saber shadows that revolved around Lin Chen's body, forming countless bright moon water mirrors that blocked the sudden attack of the black snakes and sent them flying. Two of the black snakes tore open a crack with their bites. Then, they formed another snake out of thin air and charged into the gap between Lin Chen's attacks. He suddenly activated the 3-inch tribulation, and a colorful energy coating covered Lin Chen's entire body. The black snakes opened their mouths and bit Lin Chen. Their venomous fangs penetrated most of the 3-inch tribulation's defenses. Lin Chen turned around and slashed diagonally. Saber chi shattered the black snakes. Bang! Bang! Rip! Rumble! The two sides fought for dozens of rounds. Then, the cyan-robed elder and the white-robed ancestor joined the battle. The battle became more and more intense. Lin Chen fought speed single-handedly. From the moment he activated the Godslayer innate skill until now, Lin Chen had already used limit restoration 56 times. Because he was at the 8th firmament, each use of origin restoration consumed about 100,000 talent point. Just in terms of talent points, Lin Chen only had 3 million points left. Moon of speed. Mirror of speed. Brightness of speed. The final slash split the sky. The vast, dazzling moonlight split the fierce attacks and disappeared in a flash. The three of them retreated again, all of them suffering different degrees of injuries. The white-robed ancestor from the Han family was almost heavily injured. As for Han Zhangxing's demonic snakestaff, it trembled a few times before dimming and fading away. Clearly, even a top-notch low-grade rank 7 weapon was about to collapse under the repeated attacks of the Azure Moon, Lin Chen's fighting spirit sword. He wanted to follow up his victory with another attack. Splurt tilde. Lin Chen's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood without warning. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 streaks of blood flowed from his nose. His eyes were a little dazed. The insides of Lin Chen's body had already been cut by the sharp saber qi, causing him to suffer severe internal injuries. Your Excellency Lin Chen, you can't use that saber anymore. You'll die if you keep using it. Suddenly, Saber Emperor Jing Yu's voice transmitted to Lin Chen's ears with a thunderous shout. Absolutely not. If I retract my saber now, no one will be able to stop these 3 old bastards. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and continued to hold the Azure Moon tightly. The saber hummed slightly as if it had been triggered. However, although Lin Chen was arrogant, he wasn't stupid. If he continued to be stubborn now, he didn't know if he could kill all the enemies. He would be crippled first. F***ck, you bastards forced me to do this. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with a frenzied fighting spirit as if he wanted to fight all the enemies in the world. System, activate absolute life and death. The strongest one-on-one talent, birth. Ultimate moment plus Godslayer plus absolute life and death plus rank 8 Azure Moon. He went all out like never before. The strongest combination in history? Chapter 630. Absolute life and death innate skill. This strongest single combat innate skill was Lin Chen's bottom line. If it wasn't a dead end, he would never touch it. Who knew what would happen during the battle when he was burning his life force? If he failed and couldn't defeat the target within the time limit, only death awaited him. The 3 9th-level combat emperors teamed up with the intention of stalling for time in order to exhaust Lin Chen. He couldn't kill all 3 of them at the same time. Under their cover, killing one of them was extremely difficult. Host, please select the target to activate absolute life and death innate skill. The system popped up a lockbox, asking Lin Chen to select a target. Then the one on the left. Lin Chen chose the white-robe old ancestor from the Han family. His injuries were the heaviest and his strength was at the early 9th level. He was Lin Chen's most promising target. Target selection successful. Consumed 500,000 talent points. Absolute life and death innate skill activated. Cooldown time, 15 days. According to the host's current strength, activating absolute life and death innate skill will increase your overall strength by 100 times. Every 30 seconds, your overall combat strength will increase by 20 times. The base increase is still calculated based on the host's basic combat strength. It can be added together with the God Slayer innate skill. Rumble tilde, bang. Like the waves on the sea, rays of orange light burst out from Lin Chen's body, dominating all living things. It was like a conqueror going to war, surpassing life and death. Lin Chen's injuries were healed, but what followed was an orange flame that ignited all of Lin Chen's strength in an instant. Lin Chen's cultivation suddenly increased by a large margin. His aura shocked everyone, breaking through the shackles of the 8th-level Combat Emperor and stepping into the 8th-level late-stage Combat Emperor. His dragon force increased by a little, but it still hadn't reached the level of 9 million dragon force. His mental strength was about to break through the Heaven Completion Realm late stage. His short hair fluttered in the wind. Lin Chen's eyes turned into a pair of orange-colored pupils. A touch of paleness began to flow on his black hair. This is... Xing Zhon and Shen Lianyun looked at him in shock. Lin Chen's life force was rapidly burning away. The 9th-level combat emperors who were present also noticed Lin Chen's change. Their hearts were filled with shock. This kid could actually reach a higher level. A screen popped up from the system. System notification. This innate skill cannot be cancelled. The host's life will continue to follow the activation of the life and death innate skill until the end. The only way to cancel it is to kill the locked target. Bang tilde. Lin Chen shattered several hundred miles of space with a single stomp. He suddenly shot out like a beam of moonlight and arrived in front of the three people in a flash. Not good. Han Zong was shocked. He waved his staff, and 10,000 scarlet black snakes shot out. Lin Chen raised his hand and swung his saber down. Rip tilde. Bang. With the mirror of speed, the bright moon water mirror spun rapidly, cleaving apart thousands of black snakes. The 25% penetration allowed the spinning water mirror to leave behind a shocking crack on Han Zongsheng's staff. Han Zongsheng stowed his demonic snake staff away in a hurry. This was a top low-grade 7th-class battle artifact. It was rare in the 9 provinces, so if he lost it here, it would be equivalent to losing a life-saving trump card. Boom tilde. Terrifying pure strength surged out from Lin Chen's arm. A shockwave exploded and swept through the surroundings. Another horizontal slash landed on Han Zongsheng's body. He conjured a scarlet barrier with a single hand, but it was torn apart by the saber. Lin Chen moved like a swimming dragon. He held his saber with both hands and swung it down vertically. Han Zongsheng's fists were ferocious and hissed like 10,000 snakes as he punched the saber beam. Lin Chen swung his saber 3 more times. They were horizontal slashes, diagonal slashes, and vertical slashes. Lightning flashed back and forth. Finally, the 4th slash, Moon of Speed, sent Han Zongsheng flying. Elemental balls of light filled the sky. Piercing moon finger. Barbaric dragon strangle. A vast finger mark crushed down on Lin Chen. A vast and majestic saber aura spread out like a coiling dragon. Lin Chen held his saber with one hand and swung his arm. 2 Moon of Speed soared into the sky and split apart the 2 attack. Ooah! The 25% penetration caused the 2 to let out a grunt. Their auras weakened as they retreated rapidly. Their eyes were filled with shock. The current Lin Chen was even more ferocious, terrifying, and domineering than before. He suddenly moved. A beam of purplish moonlight flashed rapidly and charged towards the white-robed patriarch. His eyes were filled with frenzied killing intent. The white-robed patriarch's expression changed drastically when he saw him charge over. He quickly blocked with his sword. Clang, 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 bang. Shing tilde. Saber flashes flashed as sword shadows clashed. As the saber flashes and sword shadows clashed, sword shadows and saber scars filled the sky like the lingering charm of moonlight. The white-robed patriarch retreated in defeat as he constantly vomited blood. In the beginning, he still had the strength to fight back. However, in just 100 exchanges, he was completely suppressed by Lin Chen. Faster, faster, die. Lin Chen was burning with anxiety. Every slash of his was filled with violent and ferocious killing intent. The white-robed patriarch used almost all of his skills. Countless life-saving trump cards that he had accumulated over 100,000 years were revealed. Regardless of whether it was elixirs, precious weapons, secret skills, cultivation methods, or forbidden moves, all of them were used on Lin Chen. None of them could stop him. On the other hand, Lin Chen used ultimate restoration again and again. He had no time to consider how many talent points he had left. If he didn't kill his opponent now, he would be the one to die. This was the closest Lin Chen had ever been to death. He could clearly feel that the vitality in his heart and the energy overflowing from his battle chi fate wheel were allowing him to surpass the limits of his strength again and again. At the same time, he was gradually moving towards extinction and collapse. The feeling of exchanging his life for power was completely different from the carefree and invincible feeling of using the Godslayer talent. There was only anxiety and an almost insane urge to kill. Rumble tilde. Bang. A sky-piercing black pillar of light suddenly shot towards Lin Chen, forcing him to forcefully circulate his defensive realm and 3-inch tribulation to block it. However, he was still sent flying over 1,000 kilometers away, crashing into the ground and spitting out blood. Crack tilde. Pa. The gold-threaded silver emperor armor was officially broken. Lin Chen forcefully stepped on the void and leaped into the sky. No matter if it was the experts of the Academy or the alliance of the Bai family, when they looked at Lin Chen, there was a kind of unconcealable shock. His aura was already very close to that of a 9th-level combat emperor. His pure strength had already exceeded 9 million dragon power points. The spiritual wave that was released had a kind of heart-throbbing feeling that could destroy everything. However, the current Lin Chen had a head full of white hair. Although he still had the appearance of a young man, his hair was already white. This was the side effect of the absolute life and death talent. It could only be recovered after killing the target. Otherwise, it would continue to burn the vitality and eventually end one's life. As far as the eye could see, in the distant void, the pitch-black battle chi was constantly lingering, forming a huge battle chi shadow that was tens of thousands of feet tall. The shadow was surrounded by countless dancing shadows. The green-robed old ancestor and the white-robed old ancestor from the Han family floated beside the black fog shadow. The dancing black snake shadows let out a dangerous hissing sound. The Black Abyss Battle Chi shadow seemed to be breeding countless black snakes. Just the slightest burst of Battle Chi could destroy the universe. Cake, Lin Chen, you should be proud to be able to force me to use this move. This is the myriad snake sacred body that the supreme true God of the Han family bestowed upon me. It's a miracle that only Lord True God can accomplish. Han Zhongsheng, who was in the myriad snake sacred body, laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely horrifying. Countless experts felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying aura. The current Han Zhongsheng was almost on par with Shen Lianyun. Chapter 631. It's the sacred body of all snakes. Ancestor Zhongsheng even used this move. Only Ancestor Kai Xiao and Ancestor Zhongsheng of the Han family are favored by the great true God. The high-level war emperors of the Han family all looked at the vast sacred body of all snakes with envy. This so-called sacred body was nothing more than a sacred body nourished by a wisp of holy qi. However, with the foundation of the Jojo continent, it was very difficult to give birth to such an existence. This was also the reason why countless experts were willing to submit to the false gods of the Han family. However, the burden of using the sacred body of all snakes was great. After using it, one would fall into a long period of weakness. Lin Chen's expression flashed with a trace of absent-mindedness. Then, he suddenly gritted his teeth. No matter what trump card the opponent used today, even if a Saint Realm expert descended, he could only fight. As long as I kill the white-robed ancestor first, I can get rid of the life and death absolute fate. There's still a chance. Lin Chen suddenly held his saber and slashed vertically. The azure moon throbbed and let out a soft hum. For a moment, the world fell into a dark cycle of reincarnation. The majestic dragon power of the shattering meteorite surged and exploded. 9 million dragon power points were poured into this attack. Lin Chen suddenly slashed vertically. I'll bet everything on this attack. Mirror Moon Imperial God. The moment the saber slashed out, a wisp of moonlight turned into a mirror hanging high in the sky. In an instant, the mirror turned into a horizontal slashing light. Like a mirror, like moonlight, it emitted a sharp light that pierced through the sky. The high-level members of the Han family were shocked. Is this the saber technique that Saber Saint Li Changsheng used to defeat the false gods? Mirror Moon Imperial God. It's the strongest saber technique of Li Changsheng's Mirror Moon Imperial God. The super sky prides of the sacred monument's inheritors cheered excitedly. The moment Lin Chen slashed out with his saber, a spiritual storm whistled in the void above his head. A spiritual virtual image that stood 100,000 feet tall flashed out and suddenly burst out with a spiritual roar that could tear the universe apart. A spiritual attack that swept through the world swept out. Lin Chen had used almost all of his trump cards, talents, runes, pure strength, mental power, and apocalyptic body. All of the attacks charged towards the white-robed ancestor. Han Zhongsheng's face was stern. Even he had to face Lin Chen's final attack with his full strength. Don't hold back, attack. His life force is reaching its end. Let's exhaust him to death. Han Zhongsheng bellowed out. His Black Abyss Battle Chi, which was as vast as the Milky Way, shot out like 10,000 black snakes. As the countless black snakes revolved, They turned into a murderous, ghastly hand that suddenly grabbed towards Lin Chen's mirror moon imperial god. The green-robed ancestor once again condensed a vast golden battle chi and fiercely smashed his fist into the void. The white-robed elder from the Han family relied on his heavily injured body to unleash his swordsmanship again. When he struck out with his sword, the sword beam was like a gigantic dragon descending into the world. Rune of slowing. Just as all the attacks were about to collide, Lin Chen unleashed all of his remaining 349 million rune energy. The grayish-white talisman exploded in the air, freezing the space around the three people. Kai tilde tilde. Bang. The terrifying attacks collided head-on. A destructive storm swept up in a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers. The earth trembled. Wherever the shockwaves spread, everything was reduced to dust. The experts seemed to have predicted this beforehand. They retreated again and again in a frenzy. This was a battle between late-stage 9th-layer combat emperors. Although the explosion of battle chi was extremely powerful, in reality, Lin Chen's mirror moon imperial god and mental attack only lasted for an instant. After breaking through the attacks of the three people, the mental attack dissipated. The 25% penetrative power eliminated the last of the shockwave. The remaining mirror moon imperial god slashed towards the white-robed ancestor. At this moment, he was still trapped by the rune of slowing. His battle chi circulated at a tortoise-like speed. He had almost no chance of dodging. Just when Lin Chen thought he had succeeded, the space around him suddenly shattered. A chilling aura broke through the restraints of the rune of slowing. The rolling serpents condensed into an energy arm that smashed onto Lin Chen's mirror moon imperial god. Rip tilde. The mirror moon imperial god slashed the energy arm. Han Zhongsheng, who was inside the myriad snake sage's body, vomited blood and was injured. The white-robed ancestor, who had just broken free from a part of the rune of slowing, leaned his body to the side. Kai tilde. Kai tilde. The faint slash cut open his arm. Blood spurted out. The attribute light ball rolled down. Although he was severely injured, he didn't die. Oh no. Lin Chen's heart sank to the bottom. If his opponent didn't die, it would be his turn to die. The situation of the battle could be said to be changing rapidly. The system screen popped up without any warning, causing Lin Chen's injuries to recover a little. Fatal bloodthirst activated successfully. 16,500 talent points consumed. 30% of the healing effect has been obtained from the actual damage. Host has activated the initial form of an innate skill combination. Innate skill combination available: super-dimensional teleportation, sovereign's descent. Lin Chen went from struggling to grasping a glimmer of hope. In less than 1/5 of a breath, he suddenly roared. Innate skill combination, super-dimensional teleportation. Tilde. The space flashed, and Lin Chen's figure flashed for tens of thousands of miles in an instant, directly appearing behind the white-robed ancestor. Die. Lin Chen's orange pupils turned, and he slashed fiercely at the white-robed ancestor. Kai tilde. The space cracked, and a sword light pierced through. Clang. It fiercely blocked Lin Chen's azure moon. Is it the green-robed ancestor from the Bai family's alliance? Bang. The high-grade Tier 7 sword in his hand was smashed into pieces by the azure moon. It turned into fragments and scattered all over the sky. The saber aura blasted the two of them away. Although the white-robed ancestor was injured by the saber aura, he still didn't die. Lin Chen's pupils shrank fiercely. His feet stepped on the void, and his body turned into purple flames and moonlight. Like a star, he chased after the two of them crazily. Rumble tilde. A ferocious aura that resembled the sun and moon smashed over. The other energy fist of the myriad snake sacred body smashed in Lin Chen's direction. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, and his water calamity battle aura circulated. His saber shadow was like a moon as it formed a water mirror. When he activated 3-inch calamity, the water mirror dissipated a portion of the opponent's attack before shattering. Lin Chen was sent flying thousands of miles by the punch. I already knew that you have a strange and unpredictable spatial jumping secret technique. I've already spread this information to everyone. Do you think my Han family is unprepared? Han Zhangsheng laughed sinisterly with blood seeping out of the corner of his mouth. They had even taken Lin Chen's super-dimensional teleportation into consideration. These old foxes who had lived for countless years were all tough bones. Lin Chen was sent flying by the punch as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Lin Chen's aura became even more powerful. However, his flesh and blood began to flow with an orange glow as his body slowly faded. Lin Chen's entire body was disappearing. The absolute life and death talent became stronger the longer it lasted, but it also brought him closer to death. There was no time left. Everyone, retreat! Lin Chen suddenly shouted. His voice was transmitted to the ears of every expert in the academy and even the experts who had accepted the call. They were stunned at first. Then, they gritted their teeth and quickly retreated. How dare you attack Sister Yueqi and Manqing, Mother ****, even if I have to self-destruct today, I'll drag these old bastards down with me. Furious, Lin Chen's killing intent surged. He flapped his purple phoenix wings and rushed towards Han Zhangsheng. At this moment, the system's screen was like a bucket of cold water that splashed Lin Chen, who had almost lost his mind. Innate combination skill, Sovereign's Descent. Would the host like to use it? Lin Chen was stunned. He was not at the end of the road yet. He still had one more move. Chapter 632. System, activate Sovereign's Descent. System received. Activating innate skill combination skill, Sovereign's Descent. Beginning to accumulate energy, 0 points. Bang! A terrifying sonic boom tore through the void. Lin Chen's figure abruptly turned around. He gave up on Han Zhangsheng and turned to attack the higher-ups of the Han family. Everyone, retreat! Lin Chen roared again. Ignoring the damage caused by the backlash of the azure moon, his body was covered in an orange glow. Almost every second, Lin Chen was getting stronger, but every second, he was entering the door of death. Oh no! What kind of idea is this kid coming up with? Han Zhangsheng cursed in his heart and rushed toward Lin Chen. When the elders of the academy retreated, the combat emperors of the Bai family and the Han family wanted to chase after them. But Lin Chen was like a mad dragon, attacking all of them. The combat emperors were shocked. By time for Lin Chen, as if she had seen through Lin Chen's thoughts, Shen Lianyun sent a message to Jingyu, Fang Ling, and even Xingzhon. They immediately stopped their opponents. Die! Lin Chen waved his arms and unleashed his dragon force. Rays of saber energy as bright as snowflakes flew out. He crazily used extreme restoration and swift moon, extreme speed combined with extreme strength. Rays of bright moon slashes swept across the battlefield. It was a massacre. It was a one-sided slaughter of all the experts of the Han family. With Lin Chen's current strength, even those below the 8th level combat emperor wouldn't be able to withstand his attack, let alone the swift moon that he used with all his strength. In almost 3 breaths, all the combat emperors below the 8th layer of the Han family were killed. None of them survived. The system screen crazily popped up. Accumulating energy. The Sovereign's Descent talent was accumulating energy. Apart from that, Lin Chen's 4 doppelgangers had a telepathic connection with each other. They all rushed toward the Bai family's battle emperors who were closest to the doppelgangers. Bai Yunxing and the other experts were in despair. Before they could retreat, they were killed by a ray of sword energy. The Dragon Emperor attacked together with his doppelganger, causing the Bai family to suffer an unprecedented loss. As long as one wasn't a 5th-level combat emperor, they wouldn't be able to survive a single strike from the clone. His punch missed and space exploded. Han Zhangsheng could not help but curse furiously after missing Lin Chen. Damned thing, it's still getting stronger. His speed is even faster than before. After killing all the combat emperors below the 8th level, Lin Chen fiercely rushed towards Xingzhon's 3 opponents. The 3 of them were all 8th-level combat emperors. 2 of them were late-stage combat emperors, and 1 of them was in the intermediate stage. Moon of speed. Lin Chen slashed out with his saber, the speed of his saber reaching its limit. Even the early 9th stage Xingzhon could only faintly see a streak of moonlight flash pass. Not good. The 3 of them quickly retreated. Lin Chen slashed out 5 times consecutively and used extreme origin restoration twice. As the moonlight flashed continuously, 2 8th-level combat emperors from the Han family died. Their bodies were directly sliced into pieces, leaving only 1 late 8th-level combat emperor from the Murong family who successfully retreated. Lin Chen's body began to glow with an orange light. His legs began to turn transparent. There's no time. Lin Chen fiercely turned around and rushed towards the direction of the white robe ancestor. Seeing Lin Chen's aggressive attack, the green robe ancestor from the Bai family's alliance quickly retreated. The heavily injured white robe ancestor had no chance to escape. Lin Chen was about to slash out with his saber when his bones broke with a cracking sound. Lin Chen's expression twitched, and he seemed to be in pain. The bones and meridians in his right arm were completely broken. Lin Chen overused this 8th-level saber, and the azure moon backfired on him. Even though it was an incomplete 8th-level sacred weapon, Lin Chen could only barely wield it. He couldn't even unleash its true power. Since I can't use my saber, I'll try this. Keeping the azure moon back into the saber sheath, Lin Chen rotated his hand and activated his 9 calamity body. The battle chi in his battle chi fate wheel was rapidly drained. Rumble tilde. At that moment, Lin Chen's cultivation suddenly broke through the threshold and temporarily stepped into the early 9th level. It was the absolute life and death talent. Almost 13 minutes had passed since Lin Chen activated it. The continuous increase in his cultivation finally allowed him to break through the bottleneck. The 9 calamity battle chi spun and condensed into stars. His palm radiated with destructive battle chi. It was the smell of destruction. A black shadow suddenly tore through space. Han Zongxing's vast myriad snake sacred body blocked in front of the white robe ancestor and threw a punch at Lin Chen. You want to kill a member of the Han family? Die, Lin Chen. Sovereign's Descent has been activated. 960,000 points of energy have been converted. It will increase the host's next attack. F***ck your ancestors. You fake gods are the ones who should die. Lin Chen cursed as he threw out the 9 calamity star. It turned into a 9-colored beam of starlight and shot towards Han Zongxing. The moment the 9 calamity star left his hand, its power skyrocketed countless times. 960,000 points of energy. Compared to Lin Chen's 180,000 points of energy last time, the Sovereign's Descent this time was countless times more powerful. And this time, it was Lin Chen's unprecedented stacking of talent. Purple tier Ultimate Moment plus Orange tier God Slayer plus Quasi-Orange tier Absolute Life and Death plus Purple tier Sovereign's Descent. In Lin Chen's past experiences, there was no attack that could compare to 1/10,000th of this one. All the combat emperors at the 8th stage and above who were millions of kilometers away looked as if they had seen a ghost. The energy released by the 9-colored star that fell into the continental plate made them feel an instinctive fear that went deep into their bones. Run. It didn't matter if it was the experts of the Han family, the Bai family alliance, Heavenly Song Academy, or the experts who issued the summon. This was the only thought left in everyone's mind. Run as if they had gone mad. But Han Zongxing and the white robe ancestor, who were in front of the 9 calamity star, had no chance of escaping. And Lin Chen, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't escape the range of the 9 calamity star's explosion. Fortunately, I still have one last move. Lin Chen issued an order. System, activate super-dimensional teleportation. Teleport to space number 2. Activate super-dimensional teleportation. Consume 110,000 talent points. Teleport to space number 2. The moment before the 9 calamity star exploded, Lin Chen disappeared without any warning. Bam! Rumble tilde tilde. When the 9-colored calamity battle aura exploded, a vast mushroom cloud of energy shot up into the sky. It rose more than 100,000 meters high and rushed out of the starry sky of the spiritual state. The spiritual state shook. The entire continental plate was shaking violently. A vortex was formed in the space, and the light became dim and distorted. Even the light near the center of the explosion was sucked in and turned into nothingness. Boom! The explosion rose into the sky, and heaven and earth seemed to fall into chaos. A 9-colored light pillar propped up heaven and earth and spun continuously from the center of the explosion. Lin Chen's figure appeared outside the innumerable spirit sea. His body, which had been covered in orange light, recovered to its original state. His white hair returned to its original state, and the dissipating vitality returned to Lin Chen's body. He recovered to his original state and panted heavily. Host has killed the locked target. Ultimate life and death talent has been successfully removed. Lin Chen's cultivation strength returned to the peak of mid-stage level 8 when he was in the Godslayer talent state. Chapter 633. As the 9-colored pillar of light continued to rotate, the destructive aura it emitted terrified all the powerhouses. Phew, luckily, I still have the super-dimensional teleportation talent. The Sovereign's Descent talent almost raised the power of the 9 Calamities star by several levels. It's not something I can escape from with my movement technique. Even Lin Chen felt a lingering fear in his heart. The energy explosion lasted for a quarter of an hour before it dissipated from the world. All the powerhouses looked at the center of the 9-colored pillar of light, which was still in shock. There was a bottomless abyss in the center. Bang! 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 Faint energy from the Earth's core shot out from the ground. Lava burst into streams of fire, and an earth-shattering crater appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It made their hearts tremble. There was no end in sight. The crater seemed to have been hit by some apocalyptic disaster. It penetrated the ground, and even some of the Earth's core's energy leaked out. If he were to use his battle chi to explore the vast crater, he estimated that it would be over 800,000 miles, or even more. Countless powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. When they looked at Lin Chen's eyes, it was as if they were looking at the most terrifying and powerful demon king in the world. So fierce. His Excellency Lin Chen was still hiding this move. I can't imagine it. Oh my god. This is not an attack that a combat emperor should be able to unleash. He already gave me a fright when he used a tier 8 saber, but compared to this move, using a tier 8 saber is like playing with a toy. Many super freaks used all their abilities, but when they saw the unprecedented crater, their hearts trembled a few times. If not for the fact that Lin Chen was fighting with the 3 of them at the beginning, the 4 of them would have been far away from the chaotic battlefield. In addition, they had all listened to Lin Chen's warning and retreated in advance. It was likely that no one present would be able to escape from the explosion of that star. Even the slightest energy shockwave was enough to shatter them into nothingness. For example, Han Zhangsheng's corpse had been obliterated, and there wasn't even a speck of him left behind. Even all the combat emperors of the 8th realm and above, including the remaining great elders of the Han family, the 2 ancestors, and Shen Lianyun, would have a very high chance of being completely annihilated if they were sucked into the 9-colored light beam. They would end up like Han Zhangsheng, not even leaving behind a corpse. Just how many more secrets does this little fellow have? It has only been a little over a year, but his transformation has actually turned the world upside down. Shen Lianyun's beautiful eyes trembled as she stared at Lin Chen on the other side. Her heart was filled with shock. In the past, a few low-level combat emperors were enough to force this high-spirited young man to leave his homeland. Now, it had only been a few seasons, but he had already returned powerfully and stood at the peak of the 9 prefectures. Even she could only look up at his back. Since the beginning of time, no one could compare to him. The experts who had accepted the summons were so impressed that they prostrated themselves on the ground. They were both overjoyed and shocked. They thought that Lin Chen had already decided to give up his life as his life force was rapidly draining away. The opposing alliance was even more terrified. In fact, they didn't lose much. They only lost 2 6th realm combat emperors and a few low-level combat emperors. The Han family and the Bai family suffered the most losses. The Bai family lost more than half of its combat emperors, and the Han family was completely annihilated except for a few high-level combat emperors. The remaining high-level combat emperors of the Han family were all hesitating and struggling. This brat still has such a powerful weapon, should we retreat? This brat's life force was almost depleted, but now he looks as if nothing has happened. The eyes of the skinny leader suddenly turned cold. He won't do it a second time. There must be a price to pay for such an attack. This time, we received a death order. Even if all of us die in battle, we must take down this brat. If we don't see his head, we will be buried in the spirit state. The skinny leader suddenly turned his head and yelled in a deep voice. The Hun family has sacrificed 2 ancestral patriarchs. Sir, you have been watching the show for a long time. If you don't make a move now, I'm afraid we will have to give up the spirit state. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of violent spatial ripples appeared in the void tens of thousands of miles away from Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen, who was about to take away the attribute light balls in the sky, suddenly froze. The 5-colored dragon spear appeared in his hand and he was ready for battle. His injuries had completely healed, but the rune energy was completely depleted. His life and death talent was also in a cooldown state. If another master as powerful as Hun Zhongxing appeared, then the outcome would be uncertain. Is she coming out? The leader of the alliance. Lin Chen held his breath. Even Shun Lianyun had a serious expression on her face. That person's cultivation wasn't very strong, but she could control many masters and even give them energy to temporarily increase their strength. She was extremely powerful. As expected of the person your Hun family wants. She is full of variables. A faint and elegant voice echoed in the sky, and Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. How come this voice sounded so familiar? The woman's figure was gentle and graceful. She lightly stepped on the void, and her white dress was as white as snow, like drifting clouds. Her hair was adorned with pearls, and her hair was in a high bun. Her eyebrows were like the clouds on the autumn mountains, and her beautiful eyes were sparkling. Her lips were as red as cherry blossoms, and her teeth were as white as jade. Her beautiful appearance seemed to make all the sceneries in the world dim. If there were immortals in the mortal world, they would look like this. A fire seal was spinning in the woman's calm eyes, and there was a vague immortal civilization that could illuminate the ages. Lin Chen felt like he was struck by lightning. He froze on the spot. Sister Ruoyan? Lin Chen had never dreamed that the person he had been thinking about day and night would meet again in such a way, in such a setting, and with such an identity. Sister Ruoyan, are you okay? Lin Chen, who didn't react in time, walked toward her subconsciously. Bai Ruoyan frowned slightly and pressed her jade-like hand in the void. Kai Tilda. A white light that was as thin as gossamer tore through the void and struck Lin Chen's body. Clang. The tip of the spear blocked. Lin Chen's body instinctively went into a defensive posture, but he was still pushed back by more than 100 miles. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Sister Ruoyan a Yuan venerate? How could she be so strong? What's going on? What happened to Sister Ruoyan? Could it be that she doesn't recognize me? What's going on? After we parted ways at the Abyss Island, Sister Ruoyan's cultivation should only be around the 3rd level Yuan Venerate realm. How long has it been, and she's already at the 9th level Combat Emperor realm? Countless questions flashed across Lin Chen's mind. He looked at Bai Ruoyan in disbelief. Sister Ruoyan, it's me, Lin Chen. Can't you recognize me? What happened to you? Why did you start a war in the spiritual state? Is it because of the Hun family, or are they threatening you? Lin Chen shouted hurriedly. He still didn't understand what was going on. He had been thinking about Sister Ruoyan day and night. What had happened to her? Chapter 634. Be careful, Lin Chen. She is the mastermind behind the Bai family alliance. She has been fighting with our academy for a year. Don't mistake her for someone else. Shun Lianyun shouted. The masters of the alliance and the Hun family's ancestor immediately stood in front of Shun Lianyun, not daring to give her any chance to help Lin Chen. Shun Lianyun's shout made Lin Chen's heart sink. Sister Ruoyan is the mastermind behind the Bai family alliance. She has been fighting with the academy for a year. That's not it, little brother Lin Chen. I have a reason for doing this. Suddenly, Bai Ruoyan pursed her lips and said seriously. Lin Chen froze. Bai Ruoyan said softly, Brother Lin Chen, trust me, okay? As long as you come to my side, I will tell you the truth. As for your friends, as long as they surrender, I promise not to harm their lives. Even, if you want. Bai Ruoyan's cheeks were dyed red as she smiled sweetly. As long as you want, I am willing to be your woman. I will let you become the overlord of the spirit state. I will let you rule the spirit state as long as you come to my side. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the masters change. Why did this cold woman seem to be a different person? Lin Chen, who had always been quick-witted, fell into a struggle and hesitation for the first time. Sister, why did you do this? Can you tell me? If I can help you, I will support you with all my strength. The elders of the academy looked serious. An elder immediately shouted, Student Lin Chen, don't believe this woman's nonsense. Lin Chen, you are the last hope of the spirit state. I am betting the entire Yang family on you. Don't be foolish. If Lin Chen surrendered to the enemy camp, then the spirit state would be finished. Idiot Lin Chen, what's in your head? At this time, a woman's battle aura covered the sky as she shouted. Two beautiful figures stood in the sky. One was Yang Qing'er, and the other was Shangguan Bian. She didn't listen to Lin Chen's advice and ran back to the spiritual state alone. You've come all the way from the wasteland to this point. Is your brain useless? Think carefully about what choice you should make now. Don't forget that teacher Leng Yueqi and sister Manqing haven't woken up yet. Everyone in the academy, we are all waiting to return to the spiritual state. Shangguan Bian's shout rang out once more, and Lin Chen's body shook as a fierce light flashed across his eyes. Sister Ruoyan, tell me the reason and surrender with your men. Lin Chen shouted sternly. Little brother Lin Chen, I beg you, don't force me, okay? As long as you come over to my side, I promise I won't harm a single hair on your head. I also won't harm your companions' lives. Bai Ruoyan begged, but Lin Chen's voice boomed like thunder. Then why didn't you come out just now? Why did you hide during the battle? Since you knew it was me, why didn't you appear when I was forced to a dead end and my life was about to fade away? Why did you only appear now? Lin Chen's expression showed a hint of pain. He bit his lip so hard that blood dripped down. You're not her. Ever since they left the wasteland, he and Sister Ruoyan had gone through several life and death situations. They had both saved each other's lives and had feelings that surpassed ordinary feelings. The two treasured each other. If it really was Bai Ruoyan, then when he used the absolute life and death talent, there was no way she wouldn't appear. With Lin Chen's brain, he only needed a moment to think. However, he refused to accept reality from the start. In this world, there was nothing more painful than facing the person you loved as your enemy. TCH, I didn't manage to lure her over. The emotions of the human race are indeed hard to grasp. To think that I even thought about the expressions and emotions this body once revealed. Let's just kill her. Bai Ruoyan withdrew all her expressions and became incomparably calm and indifferent. So it really isn't Sister Ruoyan. Then let me see what you are. Lin Chen activated the Golden Eyes twin at lightning speed and locked his gaze on Bai Ruoyan. In terms of aura, it's indeed Sister Ruoyan. However, her cultivation and spiritual essence seem to be completely different. Under the observation of the Golden Eyes twin, Lin Chen saw an immortal and inextinguishable flame burning in Bai Ruoyan's body. This flame was domineering and had the power to create or destroy everything. It was like the origin of all things and the beginning of the world. Sacred flame seed? No. It's countless times stronger than the sacred flame seed. What kind of energy is this? Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air. The energy in Bai Ruoyan's body was extremely similar to the sacred flame. However, it was countless times stronger than any sacred flame he had ever seen. Bai Ruoyan squinted her beautiful eyes and a ripple-like pressure suddenly broke Lin Chen's observation. The light in her eyes flickered and Lin Chen retreated dozens of steps. His eyes were stinging with pain. The Golden Eyes twin was deactivated. Your gaze makes me feel very uncomfortable. Moreover, your aura has a special effect on me. If I don't kill you, it will be very troublesome. I presume that you won't have the chance to use that move a second time. Bai Ruoyan's expression was cold. With a wave of her hand, thousands of flames covered the sky and illuminated the earth. The radiance of the sacred flame bathed the bodies of all the warriors of the Bai family alliance. The battle chi that they had consumed previously was continuously replenished. Furthermore, the energy of the sacred flame surged even more violently, increasing their strength by 30%. Roar tilde tilde. Countless battle emperors of the Alliance let out a violent roar that shook the sky. Thank you, my lord, for bestowing us with power. The experts of the Academy were shocked. All the battle emperors of the opponent had become even more difficult to deal with. This sudden change caused the battle situation that they thought they had a chance to win to change again. Jing Yu and the others could only charge into the battle once again. The two Ninth Heaven early stage ancestors that Shen Lianyun was facing had their strength increased by a wave. The battle became abnormally white-hot. Vice Principal, let me help you. Xing Zhon rushed to Shen Lianyun's battle circle. Previously, when Lin Chen was at the last moment of his life and death, he killed the two Eighth Heaven combat emperors of the Han family, causing them to be unable to delay his opponent. When Xing Zhon was free, he immediately went to support Shen Lianyun. The battle between the six Ninth Heaven combat emperors instantly became the core battlefield of the chaotic battle circle. It's the power of the sacred flame. Once again, Lin Chen confirmed the thoughts in his heart after witnessing the increase in his cultivation base. At the same time, he realized that the current by Ruoyon was not his sister Ruoyon. In a trance, Lin Chen's mind flashed back to the scene that he had deduced during the Heavenly Spiritless tournament when he participated in the Divination Master competition. So, the scene that I deduced during that time was actually real. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of air with a solemn expression. I originally planned to keep it to guard against those guys from the Han family. I didn't expect that you would be able to kill all of them by yourself. Bai Ruoyon chuckled. Her beautiful figure moved slightly and shuttled in front of Lin Chen like a fiery light. Chapter 635. This young body is even more suitable for me than this one. I must get him. With this thought, Bai Ruoyon smirked and struck out with her palm. Clenching his fist, Lin Chen struck out with his spear. Clang! Her soft and fair hand was in front of the spear, but it carried a force that could pierce through the galaxy, forcing Lin Chen to retreat. Style 91, Blood Shorer. Looking at that familiar beautiful face, Lin Chen clenched his teeth and fought. Gathering his chi and blood, his pure strength exploded as he struck out with his spear. At the same time, Lin Chen's four doppelgangers moved quickly. The war emperors from the Han family had dropped a large number of attribute light balls. Although they did not drop any growth-type attributes due to the God Slayer talent, there were still a large number of talent points and rune energy. Right now, what he lacked the most was rune energy. Received 19,000 cultivation technique soul essences, 13,800 rune energy, 13,200 talent points, 850 blank attributes, 14,850 rune energy, 15,000 heavenly path points. Opened 13 purple crystal treasure chests. Received 250,000 talent points, 300,000 mid-grade rune energy, 100,000 heavenly path points. As the system screen popped up, two divine lights flash. Bang! 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 The two of them fought fiercely, and the sound of fighting shook the heavens and earth. At first, Lin Chen was at a disadvantage, but when his doppelgangers collected attribute light balls, the penetration and charge runes were added, and Lin Chen regained the upper hand in an instant. After a short fight, Lin Chen already knew the strength of Bai Ruoyon. She was between early stage and mid-stage 9th tier. Because of the holy fire, her combat power was comparable to mid-stage 9th tier. Clang! After sweeping away Bai Ruoyon with his spear, Lin Chen's purple-gold eyes caught a sliver of an opening. At the same time, he swept out a mental wave and caught Bai Ruoyon. Then, he fiercely sent a black dragon palm towards her heart. However, just as the black dragon palm was about to touch her, Lin Chen's expression was one of struggle. He clenched his teeth and moved his palm away, striking her left shoulder instead. Lin Chen couldn't bear to kill him, but the same couldn't be said for the other party. Her left shoulder was hit by a palm. Bai Ruoyon flicked her finger. Rip tilde. A wisp of white light shot towards Lin Chen's cheek. Even with the defense of the 3-inch tribulation, it still left a trail of blood. Hey! I was aiming for the neck, how could it? Bai Ruoyon frowned. Lin Chen once again smashed down with his spear. She waved her jade-like hands lightly, and the afterglow of the multicolored holy flame swirled around her head in the shape of a cross. When she blocked the tip of Lin Chen's spear, 25% of the spear's power penetrated her body, causing her jade-like hands to go numb from the impact. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Lin Chen's deity shadow wind fiend kick swept towards Bai Ruoyon's head. However, when Lin Chen saw the side of the beauty's face, he still couldn't bring himself to kill her. His leg moved to the side, and he missed at close range. His leg broke a mountain range in the space below. Go to hell! Faint milky white flames swirled around her jade-like fingers. While Lin Chen was hesitating, Bai Ruoyon's killing intent was awe-inspiring. Her two fingers fiercely pierced towards Lin Chen's heart. Just as her jade-like fingers were about to pierce through Lin Chen's heart, an intense headache rocked his mind, and a faintly suppressed spiritual will appeared. Bai Ruoyon revealed a pained expression. Her two fingers slanted and pierced through Lin Chen's 3-inch tribulation defense, piercing through his chest. However, she missed his heart. Blood flowed from the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. However, at this moment, when he saw the pain on the face of the person in front of him, as well as the complexity and tenderness in her eyes, Lin Chen subconsciously cried out, "Sister Ruoyon." It was as if time and space had been distorted for an instant. Bai Ruoyon regained her previous indifference and struck out with her palm again, full of killing intent. Lin Chen blocked the spear. This palm strike was full of killing intent again, but it hadn't been released yet. Bang! The two of them were forced to retreat. Lin Chen flapped his purple phoenix wings and dodged again. The two of them started fighting again, but the atmosphere of the battle was extremely strange. Not only Shen Lianyun, but even Xing Zhon, Fang Ling, and the other 8th-level combat emperors could clearly see that the battle between Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyon was full of flaws. It could be said that it was full of flaws, and there were no signs of them truly fighting with their lives on the line. However, since it was full of flaws, there were no signs of them fighting with their lives on the line, and the two of them were continuously injured, yet neither of them could do anything to the other. Strange. Very strange. Putting Lin Chen aside, everyone could clearly feel that Bai Ruoyon was completely filled with killing intent towards Lin Chen. However, every time she attacked, she would always miss a vital point at the most crucial moment. This kind of extremely low-level mistake would be impossible for any Yuan Venerate to make. How could it happen to a 9th-level combat emperor? Either Bai Ruoyon didn't want to kill him, or she was hesitating. However, it was impossible for her, who already had killing intent, to hesitate. Why was that? Why couldn't she kill Lin Chen? Her fair and slender jade-like hands slapped the body of the spear, and both of them were forced back once again. At this moment, Lin Chen was covered in blood. His injuries were serious, and he was constantly using the wood spirit essence technique to recover. Bai Ruoyon frowned slightly. Lin Chen's battle prowess was actually increasing with the passing of time and the power of his battle skills. She raised her slightly trembling hand, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt and confusion. What made her feel incredulous was that she hadn't killed Lin Chen all this time. That's not right. Every attack I made was filled with killing intent. It was the body itself that refused to kill him. Only when facing this brat, this body is resisting killing him. Bai Ruoyon frowned and muttered to herself, "I really can't understand human emotions. Is this person that important to you? At most, we were together for a period of time. Could it be that you're going to resist me? Forget it. Since the body itself is resisting killing this person, then I'll refine his body into my slave and make him my next body." Bai Ruoyon's expression became increasingly cold and indifferent. Lin Chen, who had fully activated his golden eyes twin, suddenly felt a hair-raising sense of danger. Countless bad luck was lingering around him. He could clearly see the endless might of the sacred flame and the civilization it had created surging out of Bai Ruoyon's body. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated while shouting to everyone, "The situation has changed. Retreat quickly." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of milky white flaming chains suddenly shot out from the void beside Bai Ruoyon. They were extremely fast, as if they had jumped through space and locked onto Lin Chen's entire body. A sudden change occurred. The top fighters from both sides stopped fighting and quickly retreated, their expressions uncertain. Dragon power exploded. Lin Chen activated his 8,990,000 dragon power points and golden calamity battle body. He waved his fist fiercely, and streams of golden aura wrapped around his fist that could shatter mountains and rivers. However, he couldn't shake those flaming chains at all. Creak tilde tilde. A majestic and profound aura was transmitted from the endless void. The milky white flames burned to the sky, and an ancient door that was tens of thousands of feet tall opened from the sea of flames. It was burning with white flames, like an immortal and indestructible sacred relic. Chapter 636. Seeing the huge door, the expressions of the powerhouses from the Skysong Academy changed drastically, and they cried out in shock. This is the door to the Holy Fire Level. The Holy Fire Level was the spiritual state's secret land of heaven and earth. It would only open automatically within a set time, and no one could control it, not even the saint. Otherwise, the Holy Fire Level would have been controlled by the saints in the history of the spiritual state. However, this woman could control the Holy Fire Level. Who was she? Lin Chen activated his 9 calamity combat body, and his body spun in the air. The wind from his spear was like a tornado, and it barely broke a few flame chains. This is the end, kid. I originally planned to keep it to prevent the people from the Hun family, but I have no choice but to use it on you. Bai Ruoyan sneered and pulled Lin Chen into the Holy Fire Level door. Meanwhile, she turned into a stream of light and entered the Holy Fire Level door. No. In the distance, Shangguan Bayan and Yang Qing's pretty faces changed slightly, and Vice President Shen Lianyun's face darkened immediately. It was unknown whether he could come out of the Holy Fire Level again after entering it. Moreover, she knew that Lin Chen's real cultivation level was only mid-level combat Emperor level 3. Although she did not know what method he used to temporarily increase his ability, it was only temporary after all. Once the increase in strength was over, Lin Chen's real ability would not be her opponent at all. Xingzhon, hurry up and break their attack. We can't let anything happen to Lin Chen for nothing. Shen Lianyun's expression was extremely cold. As she spoke in a low voice, a pure gold brilliance swirled in her pupils, causing Xingzhon's body to tremble. The 2 Han family patriarchs' expressions changed, and her aura became even more terrifying. It's time to get rid of all of you. Holy Fire Level. The familiar land once again came into view. This was the Holy Fire Level that Lin Chen had reached when he was a heavenly strength realm. Even the battle dragon platform could be seen clearly. Lin Chen's expression was extremely solemn. There was only one possibility for Bai Ruoyan to be able to open the Holy Fire Level. That was, she herself was the Holy Fire and had absolute control over the Holy Fire Level. This fact had completely confirmed what Lin Chen had seen with his Qingtong twins. The origin of the sacred fire was in Bai Ruoyan's body. The origin of the eternal sacred fire was divided into 9 parts and existed in the 9 provinces. The sacred fire seeds all originated from the 9 sacred fire origins. At this moment, within Bai Ruoyan's body, it was very likely that one of the 9 great sacred flame origins was present. Clang tilde. As the spear rotated, Lin Chen smashed apart all the flame chains that bound him. A beautiful figure in white slowly appeared in the void, and her cold and light laughter echoed between heaven and earth. In this place, even a late 9th level combat emperor is no match for me. Your body belongs to me. Boom tilde. The clouds split open. With a light wave of her sleeve, a milky white flaming palm descended from the sky. It was more than 1,000,000 feet in size, and it suddenly slammed towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. Flapping his purple phoenix wings, he transformed into moonlight and retreated rapidly. Kai, kai. The sound of the wind breaking was like a series of sonic booms. Streaks of flames shot out, and Lin Chen kept retreating. After his dragon power had skyrocketed, the speed of his purple phoenix wings had also increased by more than a few times. With the help of his Qingtong twins and his speed, Lin Chen barely managed to avoid many of Bai Ruoyan's attacks. However, within the Holy Fire Level, the energy of heaven and earth was endless, and she could completely use it. Bang! Lin Chen stepped into the void, turned his body, and transformed into a beam of moonlight, and charged towards Bai Ruoyan. Buzz! The white light pillar bloomed, supporting heaven and earth, and crashed onto Lin Chen's head. The destructive energy that it contained caused his expression to change, and he made another turn, barely dodging it. Boom! The light beam blasted open the earth veins, creating a deep abyss along the way. Lin Chen was gasping for breath. If this goes on, I'll be exhausted to death. The space barrier here has been completely sealed, and it's controlled by Sister Ruoyon. It's extremely difficult to break it by force. Absolute life and death is already in cooldown. Even if I risk my life and am lucky enough to use Sovereign's Descent, there aren't enough enemies here for me to accumulate energy, not to mention using the second God Slayer talent. Once the God Slayer talent's time limit was up, he would truly become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Whether it was the level 5 slow rune, Sovereign's Descent, or the second God Slayer talent, Lin Chen could not find a chance to turn the tables and defeat his opponent. Moreover, he himself might not be able to kill her. Even if she was controlled by the holy fire origin, she was still Sister Ruoyon. Suddenly, sonic booms resounded everywhere. Several milky white flame ribbons flashed past like sharp blades. Dozens of flaming chains exploded in the air, locking onto Lin Chen. Lin Chen's expression changed. While he was retreating, his spear fiercely swept out, thrusting out dozens of times. Just as he was repelled by the flaming chains, the sharp blade cut through his legs and right arm. Puff! Blood spurted out. When Lin Chen's meridians and tendons were severed, the giant flaming palm grabbed Lin Chen from afar. Your body is mine. As Bai Ruoyon laughed coldly, a will that could not be defied seeped into Lin Chen's mind. Oh no. It's the holy fire will in the spiritual state's holy fire seed. Lin Chen knew that things were not going well. The opponent was trying to control him by force. The holy fire will burned Lin Chen's mind like a sea of hellfire. It continued to invade his mental bridge, trying to enslave him by force. Boom! Boom! The mental bridge continued to emit massive waves of mental energy, resisting the invasion of the holy fire will. The mental energy of a Heaven Ascension Realm middle stage is almost close to that of a Heaven Ascension Realm late stage. What a strong will! It's very difficult to enslave someone of this mental state. Forget it. Forget about enslaving him. I'll just take over his body. Bai Ruoyon hugged Lin Chen. When their foreheads touched, Lin Chen's mental consciousness pulled him into a brand new mental world. In this mental world, the empty space was filled with milky white flames. Lin Chen's mental body could clearly see that every wisp of flame around him had the power of the origin of creation. More importantly, with his mental state, he wouldn't be able to last long in this mental world. This is Sister Ruoyon's mental world. Just as Lin Chen realized the world he was in, boom! A pillar of fire rose up, and a blurry flaming figure stepped out of the pillar of fire. All the flames in the mental world roared at the same time, controlled by it. When it saw Lin Chen, it suddenly threw a punch at him, the mental flames condensing into a fist storm. Lin Chen's mental body wasn't afraid either, and he threw a punch in the opposite direction. Bam! Mental energy waves exploded. Lin Chen and the blurry figure, whose face couldn't even be seen clearly, exchanged dozens of punches. Waves of mental energy exploded between the two of them. Lin Chen, who had been pushed back, was about to charge forward again when he suddenly froze on the spot. He discovered that a naked, snow-white figure was lying quietly under the pillar of fire. The curves of her body were like a perfect masterpiece. It was Bai Ruoyon. Chapter 637. That snow-white and perfect naked body was Bai Ruoyon's spiritual origin. This used to be her spiritual world. I've already learned how to control a human's cultivation and body. Plus, you're dangerous, so I might not be able to suppress you. Therefore, I don't need your spiritual origin. Die. The blurry figure's voice was still Bai Ruoyon's. It threw out several punches, which Lin Chen blocked with a backhand. His spiritual body kept retreating. You're the sacred flame? Lin Chen's gaze stared fixedly at the blurry figure as he questioned coldly. Lin Chen could roughly guess that the blurry figure was the spiritual will of the sacred flame's origin. This was Sister Ruoyon's spiritual world. Since it could exist here, perhaps Sister Ruoyon could still be saved if he got rid of it. I used to be the sacred flame, but I've already gathered my spirit for countless years. You'll become my most perfect decoration. After I get your body, I'll become the most perfect creature in this world. Ha ha ha. Die. The sacred flame's spirit didn't erase Bai Ruoyon's spirit and memories. Otherwise, Bai Ruoyon's spiritual consciousness wouldn't have fallen into a deep slumber here. Instead, it would have completely disappeared. Because this was the first time the sacred flame spirit had gathered its spirit, it didn't have a complete body. It also didn't know how to control a human's body and battle qi. Therefore, it had to borrow Bai Ruoyon's spiritual power and memories to quickly familiarize itself with a human's body and control its battle qi. After it successfully gathered its spirit, it didn't have any emotions or desires. It also didn't have any concept of the opposite sex. Therefore, it didn't understand why Bai Ruoyon's body would resist it because of Lin Chen. This was because it wasn't fully formed. If it erased Bai Ruoyon's spiritual power, other than its original spiritual wisdom, its knowledge of battle qi, body, and the world would be like a newborn baby. It would have to rely on itself to familiarize itself with a human's body. These steps would be very troublesome. It might take more than 10 years to familiarize itself with them. Therefore, the spirit of the sacred fire did not erase Bai Ruoyon's spirit and memories. On the contrary, it wanted to use these to help it become a more perfect human. It decided to merge its consciousness with Bai Ruoyon's spirit instead of erasing her spirit and forcefully taking over her body. Bai Ruoyon's spirit and consciousness still existed, but the spirit of the sacred fire's energy was too strong. She was completely suppressed. However, it was different now. The foundation it needed to grasp had already been obtained from Bai Ruoyon's spirit and memories. Facing Lin Chen, the only method it would use was to kill him. Complete annihilation. Seize Lin Chen's body. If you were in the outside world, I really wouldn't be able to do anything to you. However, if you dare to pull me into the spiritual world, you're courting death. Suddenly, Lin Chen's spiritual body looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Outside, in the void of the 10,000 spirit sea, in the midst of the chaotic battle, the Dragon Emperor retreated in the direction of the 4 doppelgangers as if they had a telepathic connection. When he took away all of their weapons, the 4 doppelgangers suddenly exploded into nothingness. Lin Chen's doppelganger has disappeared. Oh no, could he have met with some mishap? If His Excellency Lin Chen has died, wouldn't our trip be in vain? No, he won't die so easily. Many powerhouses from the Academy and the Summoning Order were shocked by the disappearance of Lin Chen's doppelganger. Only the pair of beautiful sisters among the inheritors of the Boundary Suppression Sacred Monument were rather calm. They firmly believed in Lin Chen. No matter what, we must break open the Holy Fire Realm door and save that little guy. If he dies, it's useless even if we win. He'll have to deal with the spatial point. In the Holy Fire Realm, Bai Ruoyon's delicate body and Lin Chen were stuck together. Rings of milky white flames burned around the two of them, continuously burning the flames that burned their spirit. At this moment, their foreheads were pressed together. Both of them had their eyes closed, and their spirit consciousness was immersed in Bai Ruoyon's spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Lin Chen was suppressed again and again until he was forced to retreat. His spirit was gradually depleted, and he was almost exhausted. Is this the trump card you were talking about? Ha! You can't even withstand a single blow, you really can't withstand a single blow. The spirit of the holy fire laughed arrogantly. Seeing that Lin Chen's spirit was severely depleted, a hint of human-like greed appeared in its spirit wave. I wonder what level I can reach after merging with this body of yours. Only Lin Chen, who was bitterly persevering, had a determined look in his eyes from the beginning to the end. He did not waver at all. Bang! There was an explosion of spirit waves. After being forced back by another punch, Lin Chen's spirit form became more and more illusory and transparent. Now is the time. Die! The spirit of the holy fire suddenly charged toward Lin Chen, bursting into a rare greedy and ferocious smile. Boom boom boom! Lin Chen's spirit form suddenly circulated with a purple brilliance. In a short moment, his spirit had recovered to its peak. At this moment, Lin Chen brazenly threw out another punch. He forced the spirit of the holy fire back with one punch, and he himself retreated dozens of steps with a mocking expression. However, the The spirit of the holy fire's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Lin Chen shook his finger and said mockingly, Eternal holy fire, you're just an incomplete fellow. You're still a little lacking when it comes to showing off in front of me. Lin Chen was naturally using the ultimate Guiyuan talent. Just because Lin Chen had been pulled into the spirit world did not mean that the system was no longer under his control. As long as Lin Chen was still alive, the system would always follow his consciousness, and all of his system functions could still be activated. The ultimate Guiyuan talent could instantly replenish Lin Chen's spirit. As long as he had enough talent points, it was completely impossible for the spirit of the holy fire to wipe out Lin Chen's spirit consciousness. However, this was only one of Lin Chen's plans. Rip tilde. A spiritual flash tore open, and 4 spiritual light pillars fell from the sky at the same time, disappearing into 4 spirit forms. These were Lin Chen's phantom runes. The doppelgangers created by the phantom runes were not limited to the physical body. They could also create spirit consciousness forms. However, Lin Chen's 4 doppelgangers did not have spiritual power at the peak of Heavenly Ascension Realm intermediate stage. They were only at the early stage of Heavenly Ascension Realm. This was because only Lin Chen's main body could possess spiritual power at this level after activating the God Slayer talent. The 5 spirit forms, including Lin Chen's, immediately rushed toward the spirit of the holy fire. At this moment, the spirit of the holy fire finally realized how serious the problem was, and it wanted to retreat from the spirit world in a panic. It's not that simple. Lin Chen's main body struck out with his palm, and the grayish-white rune shot out like a bolt of lightning. The rune's energy was reduced by 800,000 points. His level 5 slowing rune was still effective in the spirit world. Rip tilde. The grayish-white rune exploded, and the spirit of the holy fire was bound to the ground. Being hit by the slowing rune in the spirit world meant that one's spirit consciousness would become extremely slow, and it would be extremely difficult to react. Extremely slow. Boom tilde. Lin Chen's main body punched through the spirit of the holy fire's spirit form completely. I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. I admit, you're better than me, but I won't let you have your way. I can still make the entire holy fire level self-destruct, and you'll return to chaos. The spirit of the holy fire let out a long howl. Was it going to self-destruct the holy fire level? It wanted to destroy Lin Chen's spirit along with his physical body. Chapter 638. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone this holy fire spirit that had reunited for tens of thousands of years. Lin Chen had forced it into a dead end. Even if it risked losing its intelligence, it wanted to destroy Lin Chen. It thought that it had the situation under control when it was in the holy fire realm and was not afraid of Lin Chen at all. It even wanted to possess Lin Chen's body. However, after entering the spiritual realm, Lin Chen's plan and changes this time turned the tables completely. It could not even leave the spiritual realm now. If things went wrong, it might not even be able to keep its current body. This time, it admitted that it had lost. It could not defeat this young human in this possession. However, it was not to be trifled with. It still had one last chance to self-destruct its entire holy fire level. After the holy fire spirit let out a long howl, Lin Chen smirked and punched through its body again. Thud. The spiritual punch penetrated, and the holy fire spirit was damaged. It was in disbelief. Explode. Explode. Why isn't there any reaction? The holy fire spirit roared a few times, but the holy fire level outside the spiritual realm did not react at all. It was not under its control at all. Lin Chen waved his fists fiercely, attacking wildly as he laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, scream, jump. You're naughty. Weren't you arrogant and cocky just now? Controlling the situation? Do you think you're cool? You. What did you do? How can my holy fire level not be under my control? Compared to its spirit being destroyed, the holy fire spirit was more afraid of not being able to control its holy fire level. Slap. Lin Chen grabbed its spirit and laughed mockingly. From now on, you're no longer the master of the holy fire level, and you're no longer the eternal holy fire. If you don't believe me, turn around and look. After Lin Chen finished speaking, the holy fire spirit turned around in disbelief, and its emotions changed drastically. The original holy fire beam had disappeared. It had been cut off by Lin Chen's 4 spirit clones. The boundless light of the holy fire flowed back into her perfect, fair, and delicate body. That was right. Not only did Lin Chen activate the delaying rune to stop the holy fire spirit from exploding, but more importantly, he wanted to cut off the spiritual connection between Bai Ruoyan and the spirit when it was least focused on Bai Ruoyan. That was the most important thing. That was the key to the entire situation. That had been Lin Chen's goal since the beginning. It was also the reason why he had not used ultimate restoration at the risk of his life and pretended to be weak. He was waiting for a chance. Otherwise, defeating the spirit of the holy fire's willpower in Bai Ruoyan's spiritual world would be useless. If it realized that it could not erase its will and could not possess its body, it would remove its spiritual world immediately and return to the holy fire realm. Lin Chen would still be no match for it. By that time, it of the holy fire level of the holy fire level's fire level. Therefore, there was only one chance to win, the moment that could decide Lin Chen's fate and the fate of the entire spiritual state. It all depended on whether Lin Chen could cut off the holy fire spirit's control over Bai Ruoyan's mind. My holy fire. While the holy fire spirit was murmuring to itself, Lin Chen and his spirit clones rushed forward. Countless spirit waves erupted like landslides and tsunamis, shattering its last bit of spiritual will into pieces. The holy fire spirit completely disappeared from the world. Its intellect and consciousness had all vanished into thin air. It no longer existed. If it were in the past, it might not have disappeared so completely. However, in this battle, it fought with all its might to possess Lin Chen's body. It didn't hold back at all, hoping that after destroying Lin Chen's spiritual will, it could take over his body with its perfect spiritual will. The holy fire spirit had disappeared. For the eternal holy fire, it had only lost its intelligence. The origin of the holy fire still existed. However, it no longer had intelligence. Its most fatal mistake was its carelessness. Thinking that it could take down Lin Chen, it kept attacking Lin Chen with its spiritual will. Its suppression of Bai Ruoyan was weakened to an unprecedented level. Phew. It's really a matter of life and death. Lin Chen secretly wiped away his cold sweat and removed his spirit clone. The whole spiritual world returned to normal. With the disappearance of the spirit of the sacred fire, the eternal sacred fire would once again return to its mindless state. When the spirit of the sacred fire possessed Bai Ruoyan, it had already refined its own origin into Bai Ruoyan's body, perfectly merging with her. That was right. Bai Ruoyan was the only holy fire level and the owner of the eternal holy fire. In this game, Lin Chen looked relaxed, but in fact, he was walking on the edge of a knife. Outside the holy fire, none of his trump cards could threaten the holy fire spirit. Therefore, in the spiritual world, it was his only chance to turn the tables. If anything went wrong, he would die for sure. Hiss. The holy fire spirit dissipated. The endless spiritual afterglow fluttered like snowflakes and scattered in the spiritual world. Lin Chen hurriedly flew to Bai Ruoyan's side. After checking carefully, he sighed in relief. Her origin of spirit and memories were not damaged at all. At that moment, the perfect, delicate, snow-white body trembled slightly. When she slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were swirling and her gaze was blurred. Sister Ruoyan, you're awake. Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, the beauty hugged him. Even though they were in the spiritual world, Lin Chen could still feel the beauty's warmth and softness, causing his spiritual consciousness to tremble uncontrollably. Brother Lin Chen, the beauty murmured softly, her beautiful eyes blurred. Before Lin Chen could respond, her cherry lips covered the young man's lips. The holy fire burned, and the most primitive desire in the spiritual consciousness was stimulated. In the spiritual world, the void was the bed, and the holy fire was the blanket. Who would have thought that the dragon would turn upside down, and the phoenix would sing? Longing and concern were closely attached, only wishing to never be separated. After some time, in the holy fire realm, Lin Chen and Bai Ruoyan's foreheads were pressed together. Although there was a fire burning in the spiritual world, nothing happened between the two in reality. Suddenly, the two's eyelashes fluttered, and they opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their breaths were very close, and they were close to each other's cheeks. Their eyes met, and the emotions in their eyes were very complicated. There was worry, happiness, concern, and shyness. After all, in the spiritual world, the two were completely honest with each other. Cough. Brother Lin Chen, Bai Ruoyan opened her cherry lips and spoke first. Rip Tilda. Lin Chen's eyes were red. While he was panting heavily, he violently tore apart the beauty's sleeve, revealing Bai Ruoyan's snow-white and delicate arm. Ah. Brother Lin Chen, wait a minute. Bai Ruoyan's face was red. She was embarrassed and shocked. She bit her red lips lightly, and her green eyes were evasive. She was like a beautiful and peerless fairy who had fallen into love. Her beauty was beyond compare. Lin Chen hugged the beauty's slender waist and growled like a wild beast. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 639. Being honest with her in the spiritual realm had exhausted Lin Chen's longing and concern. However, Mr. Lu had said it well. Even the rain and dew should be shared. The elder brother is full, but the younger brother hasn't eaten yet. Bai Ruoyan was embarrassed and shocked. Just when Lin Chen was about to push her down and do her on the spot, rumble, bang. An earth-shattering impact shook the void. A space crack was torn open in the holy fire realm, and a group of people rushed in. Lin Chen, where are you? If you're not dead, say something. Master Lin Chen, we're here to save you. Witch from the Alliance, how dare you capture my handsome man? How dare you bully a young man? Come at me if you dare. All the powerhouses rushed into the holy fire realm. Shen Lianyun was in the lead, looking around vigilantly. Suddenly, everyone was stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. Mr. Lin's eyes were red as he grabbed the mastermind behind the Bai clan's alliance. From the looks of it, he was about to tear apart the other party's clothes. Silence. Silence on the side of death. The atmosphere was frozen in silence. Both parties stared at each other, dumbfounded. Awkward. Very King awkward. Most of the people who entered the Holy Fire Realm were super geniuses from the Sky Song Academy and the inheritance of the Sacred Monument. They came in with determination and faith. What the CK was going on? They were fighting outside, and this guy was going to fight in the Holy Fire Realm with a beauty in his arms? DPS. T. Then why were they working so hard outside? Well, the weather today is pretty good. I suddenly feel like hugging a pretty girl. Coincidentally, there are only the two of us in the Holy Fire Realm. As the saying goes, hugging is healthier, right? Lin Chen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. This was too late. What should Brother Chen do? He hasn't eaten yet. T. Little guy, be careful of this woman. Vice President Shen Lianyun suddenly shouted. Everyone around them was on high alert. She was the mastermind of the Bai family alliance. If she was not killed, there would be no peace in the spiritual state. Lin Chen hurriedly waved his hand and said, Everyone, don't get too excited. Let me finish. Lin Chen explained the entire sequence of events in a very simple manner, from the origin of the holy flame to the fact that he had killed the spirit of the holy flame, leaving everyone dumbfounded. They even suspected that Lin Chen had been brainwashed by this woman. However, considering the situation in the outside world, the credibility of this was extremely high. The reason why they were able to break in was because the Bai family alliance outside had betrayed them. No, to be more precise, he had given up on attacking and changed his target. They did not continue to attack the people from the Heavenly Song Academy. Instead, all the people from the ancient families targeted the remaining people from the Bai and Han families. Only then did they have the time to break open the holy fire level door. In other words, the spirit of the Saint Fire is dead, and the eternal Saint Fire of the spiritual state is inside Miss Bai Ruoyan's body. I didn't expect the two of you to be in such a situation, everyone exclaimed in admiration. This encounter was really too miraculous. Yes. Apart from that, because of the will of the seed of the holy flame, I can control all the people from the spiritual state outside. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be free. Bai Ruoyan smiled faintly. In reality, she had not finished speaking. The reason why they were able to break in was that when Lin Chen hugged her, He panicked and gave them the opportunity to break in. Under normal circumstances, even a grade 9 combat emperor would not be able to break open the holy fire level door by force. Countless people looked at Bai Ruoyan with envy. That was one of the 9 origins of the eternal Saint Fire. It was already a great gift for an ordinary person to obtain a seed of the holy flame, let alone monopolizing the origin of the eternal Saint Fire. This was equivalent to continuously receiving the nourishment of the holy flame. This was an opportunity that no one in the entire 9 states had the right to enjoy. The origin of the holy flame was too mysterious. Even the legendary sages could not forcefully refine it if they obtained it. Such a godly item was related to the secret of the birth of 9 states. It contained endless mysteries. Even during the era of the 100 sages, no one could claim it as their own. However, the holy flame was able to gather spirits. The holy flame's intellect and will were able to merge into a human's body. Such a good thing might only happen once in history. There was no doubt that Bai Ruoyan, who possessed the eternal Saint Fire, had potential that was no less than Lin Chen's in the entire 9 state. How could people not be envious? Such potential and opportunity were unique in 9 states. Bai Ruoyan's heart was filled with endless tenderness and warmth. During the period when she was suppressed by the holy flame's will, both of them shared their memories. She also knew how much Lin Chen had risked his life for her. This so-called opportunity might not be worth mentioning compared to the importance of this young man in her heart. Let's go out first and kill all the lackeys of the fake god. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with ferocity. Although the time limit of his God-Slayer talent had ended and his cultivation level had recovered to the peak of the intermediate 3rd-level combat emperor, it was different from before. With Bai Ruoyan around, all the ancient families in the spiritual state were now standing on Lin Chen's side. The remaining people from the Han family were like generals without an army, fighting with numbers. This was Lin Chen's favorite thing to do. There's no need for that. It's fine here. Bai Ruoyan smiled gracefully and waved her sleeves. The door of the holy fire realm continued to open. A milky white sea of fire covered the entire sky and shone down. Within the range of the sea of fire, regardless of whether it was the experts who received the summons, the Han family, the Bai family, or the ancient family alliance, all living beings were transported to the holy fire realm. Rumble. Holy light descended from the sky. When those people entered the holy fire realm, many experts from the college were dumbfounded. This was too terrifying. If they were suddenly transported to the opponent's battlefield during the battle, it would be a fatal threat. Every time the holy fire realm was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Otherwise, the spirit of the holy fire would have been used frequently. However, to Bai Ruoyan, as long as she could help Lin Chen, the so-called consumption was just a passing cloud. This was because he was the most important person. What's going on? What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you want to become enemies with the Han family and our true god ancestor. The remaining 2 9th-level combat emperors and 3 supreme elders of the Han family scolded Bai Ruoyan coldly. Master, what's going on? The combat emperors of the Bai family cried and howled. They could not understand why they were attacked by their master. Any expert who was controlled by the holy fires would be absolutely loyal to the eternal holy fire's orders. The Han family is not as important as a single strand of his hair. Bai Ruoyan smiled faintly and said nonchalantly. Hearing this, many experts cast envious gazes at Lin Chen. To be able to gain the favor of such a genius was simply a blessing from saving the world in his previous life. Lin Chen immediately puffed out his chest and raised his head. He lifted his collar and placed his hands on his waist, looking very smug and arrogant. Seeing this, everyone wanted to beat this B*TCH up. What are you looking at? Brother Chen's stomach is fine. Do you think I'm a freeloader? You have a handsome face, yet you want to rely on your strength and talent. Even if you're a freeloader, you're a freeloader. You're a freeloader. Don't be infatuated with me. Having strength and a handsome face is just willful and boring. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.